Okay, we're live. Good morning, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the 12th annual Santa Barbara Botanic Garden Conservation Symposium. So happy to see all you friendly faces in front of me, and welcome to all of you online as well. It's going to be a good day. It's going to be an inspiring day. You're going to leave informed and energized. So I just wanted to actually start with a little bit of an idea of where we're going in the day. After I give an introduction, and we're going to present our Pritzlaff Conservation Award, then we're going to hear from our 7 speakers. And there's going to be time after each of those talks for some questions, but also we have time at the end of the day. We have a panel discussion, and this is where it all comes together. I really hope that you'll all stick around, because what we're doing here today is we're hearing a story about a conservation challenge. And we're going to think about that, and then we're going to put our heads together and go, okay, like, what's the essence of the issue? What can we all do? How do we leave here, ready to roll? And so I hope that you'll think of additional questions, especially bigger picture questions, and you'll write them down on the 3x5 cards that we've provided. If you don't have one, you can pick one up at the desk there. And we're going to curate those questions, and we're going to ask our panel at the end. And again, it's going to be great, and I hope you'll stick around. I want to start by saying a big, big thank you to our major sponsors, the Nakashima-Rennie family. So yay! Without that sponsorship, we couldn't do this. We certainly couldn't offer it at the price that we do. So big help. And also thank you so much to our 3 other event sponsors, the Steward of Santa Barbara, Cox, and S&S Seed. So just a few words about the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. Our mission is to conserve California native plants and habitats for the health and well-being of people and the planet. So basically we're saying native plants can save the world. Does that feel like a big how many of you can make that mental leap? Okay, I see a lot of hands, but there's some hands that I don't see. So give me a sec here to try to make the case. Let me take a shot at summing it up. So first of all, of course, it's plants that make the food for everything else, right? Pretty fundamental. But then it's native plants that have evolved in a place with the soil, with the climate, with the critters, right? And so they're adapted, they provide better habitat. So basically, native plants are the foundation of biological diversity. Now, why do we care about biological diversity? Well, how many of you like to breathe clean air? How many of you like to drink clean water? How many of you like to eat a diversity of foods that pollinators have put on the table? Yeah, so they do, biological diversity does all of these things for us and so much more. It holds our soil together, it decomposes our waste. We would notice if native diversity wasn't there. So I'm proud that at the garden we do comprehensive conservation, and this is from genes to ecosystems. And I like to think of the work that we do like the layers of a cake. Some of you have heard this before. The first layer is fundamental. It's just we have to understand the nature of that diversity. We have to know what are the species, where are they, what's common, what's rare, what communities do they form before we can really conserve them. And then when we know what's rare, especially what's rare because of us, we work to protect and to recover our region's rarest plants. And that runs the gamut, a lot of different ways that we do that, from just collecting seeds to recovery in the wild. And then lastly, it's not enough to just set land aside and hope that it will be okay. A lot of our land is degraded from things like invasive species. And so it takes active restoration to make sure that our habitats and food webs are functioning properly. But lastly, the icing on the cake really is just working with people, talking with people, and advocating for the importance of native plants and habitats and biological diversity. And that's what we're doing here today. So introducing our topic today, Seeds of Change, Conservation Through Diversity. And this is a topic that's important around the globe. So today is all about seeds. My name's Denise Knapp, and I'm the Director of Conservation and Research at the Botanic Garden. So I really love this quote from Jennifer Jewell, whose book, What We Sow, is a great read for anyone wanting to know more. A seed is the dormant dream of a new life. And in this short but beautiful sentence, it really sort of covers it all, right? Seeds are alive. They're laying in wait for the right conditions. And when they germinate and grow, it's a glorious thing. Of course, do you see the acorns in this picture? Yeah, so acorns are, of course, tomorrow's oak trees, which I'm sure we all know and love. Let's just take a few minutes to just appreciate the beauty of seeds. So acorns are big and obvious, but a lot of seeds just look like specks of dust until you look at them under a microscope. But they're diverse and oh so beautiful. And I have the pleasure of presenting a few of the beautiful microscopic images that our rare plant conservation team has taken of seeds. So you can just see just the beauty of the different textures and shapes. I mean, this one's just glorious. This is Gamble's watercress, and there's only one population of this plant left in the wild. You can see, again, just the different sizes, the shapes, the textures, and they're really just amazing. These are the seeds of our state flower, the California poppy. And just more shapes and sizes and beauty, textures. And it takes different seeds for different needs. So take the example of the island scrub jay. This bird is found only on Santa Cruz Island, and Katie Lingen and her colleagues have found that the birds have longer and shallower bills in pine habitat than they do in oak habitat. This makes sense when you look at the narrow spaces in the pine cones for getting the seeds and when you look at the big fat acorn. This research shows that even within a single population, without any physical barriers to the flow of genes, a species like the island scrub jay can evolve differently depending on which plant it depends on. You guys recognize this little creature? This is a weevil, a kind of beetle. Weevils are really specialized, and the species feed typically exclusively on specific plants or specific parts of plants. And their long snout has chewing mouth parts at the ends of them, which are used to excavate tunnels into grains. So just really specialized relationships. So it just takes all kinds. Of course, seeds harvest the wind, like this milkweed pod. Each of these pods is equipped with a fluffy sort of parachute of silky hairs that let it travel long distances. It can disperse from several miles to hundreds of miles, depending on the wind. And then on the right is the heavy fruit of the buckeye tree. And squirrels are apparently the only animals that can eat the buckeye fruit without getting sick. So this species relies a lot on gravity for dispersal. Of course, seeds also use animals to disperse them. This is a cedar waxwing, and they can safely pass the toxic seeds of the toyon through their guts and back into the environment intact, and in the process, dispersing toyons to new areas. You guys recognize this little cutie? The California quail's diet is 80% seeds. Black bears are omnivorous, and they eat a variety of different plants and animals, but they especially like manzanita fruits, which are a favorite food in the summer. And they're really important seed dispersers too. In fact, the seeds that are eaten by the bears germinate at higher percentages than seeds from whole uneaten fruits. Now, how about ants? They're actually really great dispersers. So this is a process called myrmecochory, and ants transport seeds away from the parent plant, which benefits both the ants and the plants. So much so that the plants actually produce a special structure, which you can see in the photo on the left, called an elizome, which is rich in fats and proteins to attract those ants. So the ants then carry the seed to their nest, and they feed the elizomes to their brood. This benefits the plants because the seeds are taken to a nutrient-rich site, and they're also protected from predators, and in this way, they don't compete with their parent plant. So the photo on the left shows a harvester ant, and the one on the right shows an ant nest with seeds piled all up around it. And of course, helpful dispersers include us, humans. This is the wild cucumber or manroot, and it's actually another, I'm talking a lot about toxic plants today. It's a toxic vine that has long been used by the native Chumash people. So the plant has these large tuberous roots, and they've been used as a purgative, and the seeds have been used as a laxative. So native people also throw pieces of pulverized root into ponds and streams in order to stun fish so they can then catch them. And the seeds are used for beads and gaming pieces. So biodiversity is cool, huh? But here's the hard part, is that there's several threats to biological diversity. Some of the primary ones include habitat development. Of course, this destroys our natural habitats and then fragments what's left. And even very small development can compromise and divide plant and animal populations, compromising their health and resilience. Invasive species are also a major threat. They can outcompete native species for resources. They can form stands like this pampas grass in this photo that are dominated just by them. And they typically don't provide the quality habitat that a diversity of native plants do for wildlife. They can also change entire ecosystem processes, things like fire regimes and flooding regimes. Climate change is our next one. And as temperatures and precipitation patterns shift, this means in California more mega droughts, more floods, more wildfires, and species that aren't able to adapt to this need to either migrate or face decline. Thankfully, native plants are an antidote to all of these threats. If we create habitat in the places where we live, work, and play within our cities, we are softening the impacts of development. We're reducing fragmentation, and we're even allowing some migration. We're also helping to stop the introduction of new invaders. So when you plant a native, you're not planting an invasive, and a lot of new invaders are introduced through the horticultural trade. Diverse natives can also sequester more carbon, especially if we're replacing our lawn grass with natives. And that increased diversity also builds resilience to change. So you can be part of the solution by planting native plants where you live, work, and play. And the garden recommends planting at least 30% natives. This helps us to tackle those biggest threats to biological diversity. The work of creating habitat typically starts with seeds, and this is my husband John, not to embarrass him, but he's collecting seed for the Santa Catalina Island Conservancy's native plant nursery. And we had a newly germinated seed of our own then, our son Wyatt. Best to start him young because it's going to take all of us. So restoring our wildlands too and building habitat in our cities is going to take a whole lot of seed. So what's the problem? The need is greater than the supply. We have a super lineup of speakers for you today. They're all superstars. They're each going to take different parts of the story. The need for seed, getting the right seed to the right place, what's already being done, and how we can all help. But now, I would like to offer my congratulations to the 2025 John C. Pritzlaff Conservation Awardee, Peggy Olwell. The more I learn about Peggy, the more I am just blown away. She has led a passionate career just in service of native plants and habitats, and she is just a really remarkable individual that we can all be inspired by. But don't take my word for it. We put together a little thing to honor her. Here we go.
There is no other public servant I've ever met who has done more for habitat restoration on public lands in the United States.
She's a force for nature. She always puts plants first.
She never sees limitations. She only sees opportunities.
There's no greed, no ego.
It's just in her nature to be passionate and motivated and to never give up.
There really is no one like her that can fill her shoes.
She helped me find my graduate program, even came to my wedding. She's just super important in my life.
Peggy Olwell is the lead for the Plant Conservation and Restoration program in the Bureau of Land Management.
Peggy is the most friendly, cheerful, and positive person you're ever going to meet. She always makes time for everybody.
She's a total spitfire and has a multi-decade reputation for really caring about plants and habitats.
Peggy single-handedly has really created an engine of conservation in the U.S. She has been a driving force in getting botanic gardens to be part of the conservation movement from her earliest days.
Well, the Seeds of Success program has been one example.
The Seeds of Success program is one where the Bureau of Land Management works with botanic gardens around the nation to ensure that the Bureau of Land Management has the seeds that it needs to restore damaged habitat.
Restoration was sort of a, we just need to make things green again kind of field, and people were restoring habitats with plants that weren't native to that place. Sometimes they weren't even native to the state.
The Bureau of Land Management holds about 1 out of every 10 acres of land in the United States.
BLM is intended to be used for mining, for recreation, for grazing. It is meant to be used. It is not for conservation purposes. BLM was using all sorts of non-native to revegetate areas that need to be revegetated, and they were actually part of the problem.
Peggy's understanding that people were sort of doing the best they could with restoration of wildlands, but that we never had enough native plant material to do it right.
Native plants have evolved in a place with the critters, with the soils, with the climate, and they are more sustainable in that place. They support the web of life. They're the foundation of biological diversity. That's it.
She sees how much we've lost in this country through all the disturbances and how we're losing so much of our vegetation.
It actually matters which plants we put in which places. It's not just making places green again, it's making sure that they're functional.
Clearly, no one can say no to Peggy. She got them to be a leader in native plant production and native plant use. Certainly before she really took her leadership role, that was not the case.
And that has just been a game-changing initiative for restoration in the U.S.
When she got to BLM in particular, she was able to mobilize resources that would pay botanic gardens to get more involved in doing native plant work. Because of her start with us, we not only have that rare plant biologist, but our rare plant team now has a team of 8.
So a lot of the work that my team does has been focused on rare plants that occur on BLM land. And so a lot of our rare plant conservation work is funded by BLM and programs that Peggy started. Not only through Seeds of Success, but also through her pioneering work to get public-private partnerships to work on plant conservation.
One of the things that she did was to be a co-founder of the Plant Conservation Alliance. That includes now, I think, 17 federal agencies and about 400 non-federal groups.
To get to reflect on the legacy of a woman like Peggy, who you can see all of these major initiatives at the federal level and the millions and millions of dollars that her efforts have put toward conservation and restoration. It's very impressive and extremely inspiring.
She is one of the few folks that's able to maintain a funding stream to keep these programs really developing and growing the way they need to.
Her work is demanding because she has to work with the people in Washington, D.C., botanic gardens, other NGOs, plus she has botanists in most of the western states where there are BLM lands.
All of us have learned from Peggy, and no one's ready to step into her shoes that I'm aware of.
And I think it's going to be imperative that people within government and people like me who collaborate with government, that we learn from her and that we understand how she was able to be successful so that we can keep this work going into the future.
Peggy's tireless and tenacious. When she starts on something, she's looking at ways to make things change. She'll look outside the box. She doesn't worry about doing what's traditional. She's never going to give up on any of this.
What would this world look like without Peggy? A lot more degraded lands, a lot less functional habitat and food webs, and a lot fewer inspired conservationists. Peggy, you want to come up?
Well, that's embarrassing.
No, you're amazing.
Thank you.
You want to say a few words or start your keynote?
I want to say a few words.
Yeah, please.
Like thank you to all the folks. I have one of my colleagues that started this Plant Conservation Alliance with me, You get the credit, Chris. You know? No. I couldn't have done any of this by myself. So it takes a village to raise a kid. It takes a village to do the kind of work that we have ahead of us. We haven't finished it by a long shot. And so it's botanic gardens like Santa Barbara and all across the country that are really going to get us to where we need to be proactive to do this work instead of reactive, because we have been reactive for far too long. So, like I said, it takes a village, and thank you all for being here, for, showing an interest. And then I would say that we have to all advocate, and we have to all advocate, not just in our local areas. I can't advocate in terms of lobbying, but you guys can. So get on the phone, and plant the seeds, and hopefully we'll get our planet back in shape. And our native plant communities, they're the ones that we really need to get back in shape. And
so
thank you.
Pleased to give you this award, Peggy.
I'm honored and I'm humbled by it. Thank you. I didn't want to.
All right, take it away.
Yeah. Well, and I forgot. I do want to thank all the staff here at Santa Barbara Botanic Garden, because you guys put a lot of effort into that, and I really appreciate it. And I've already said how I haven't done it alone. I accept it on behalf of the thousands of botanists, plant ecologists, seed scientists, seed collectors, geneticists, seed cleaners, seed growers. I hope there's some farmers in this room, because we need a lot more of those things. I'm going to this is the Carrizo Plains. You guys probably all know it. And I just want to make one note here that all of the photographs, I did not take them. We had a great photographer in the Bureau of Land Management, Rob Wick, and these are all his beautiful photographs. So actually, they're all yours, because he worked for the federal government, and they are the taxpayers, and they are on the web. So please use them, and better yet, go see them. This was the super bloom. Okay, let's get started then. I want to start with some numbers here, just so we can get a sense of what the challenge is. So well, I'm giving you an overview. Sorry, I thought I'd already gotten to the numbers. Anyhow, I want to do a little bit by the numbers, and then I'll give you the context of what I work in, and then talk about the seeds, sustainability, and society. And thank you, Denise, for giving such a good intro so that we can all start on the same page. Here's some of the disturbing numbers. 636 million acres of land is under the federal government management. We have 283 botanists as of 2023. We have a global need of 1.9 billion tons of seed, native seed. And for BLM alone, which is the agency I work for, we've estimated we have a need for 500,000 tons of seed. But the most disturbing number I found was that in the United States in 2023, we gave out 489 botany degrees or plant science degrees. And that is at the undergraduate, the master's level, and then Ph.D. doctoral students. And look at how it compares to the marketing degrees. I'm like, what are we marketing? If we can't, so we need to turn that around and have, unless, I don't know how we could do it. Maybe we need to get more people to market the botany, okay? Market the native seeds, market nature. But 45,000 marketing degrees, I'm just like going, compared to 489. And that is a high number. For decades earlier, it was less than 400. And that's just stunning to me. And that is a fact from the National Center for Education. And then the last number, and I'm going to talk about these things in context later, but $358 million was the estimate of 5 years it would take us to implement the national seed strategy. And that was just for 5 years of work that we thought we could get done. And that's the cost of 2 F-35s. It's not that much. I had somebody say to me, oh, Peggy's got rose-colored glasses on. And I was like, and it was somebody high up in one of our government agencies, and I said, I don't have rose-colored glasses. You take 12 agencies that signed the agreement that they were going to do this seed strategy. You got 5 years, and you divide that into 358 million, and it was only 7 million. I didn't think that that was rose-colored glasses at all. So I just want to go through then and talk a little bit about our federal land managing agencies. I think, if I have this right, we have 636 million acres of land. And if you look at these acres or these agencies, and these are the 5 land managing agencies in the United States. It's about a third of the United States land mass. The Bureau of Land Management alone is about a tenth of the United States land mass. And so these are acres. If you think about your quarter-acre backyard, and you look at the number of acres that we are managing for you, the BLM botanists each botanist managed equivalent of 6.5 million acres. It's not what we need to be doing. We need more botanists, we need more plant scientists, we need more ecologists to really take care of this land. Because in the United States alone, I don't know if any of you recognize that our laws for nature basically go back to England, and the king owns the animals. The landowner owns the plants. And so really, where are our plants protected but on those lands that belong to all of us? So I just want you all to be aware that totally in these agencies, it's 2.3 million acres per botanist. But if you divide up each agency and how much acreage they have and how many botanists they have, because they're all different depending upon what the priorities are for those agencies. It's staggering to think that one person could take care of 2.3 million acres, but that's the way the numbers work. So what we ultimately want to get to here is more botanists, more plant scientists, more ecologists that are working with us. And they don't even have to be in the in the federal government. They can be across the government and across our partnerships. So I want to first show you how beautiful. And this is why I got into federal government. I started my career in Fish and Wildlife Service. I then went to the Park Service and then ultimately ended up in BLM with a stint at the Center for Plant Conservation, which you guys are all a part of and know well here at Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. And that really was a testament to having worked with all of the botanic gardens and federal government agencies. So I don't know if you can see these pictures very well, but a lot of them are Bob Wicks, so I give him credit. But they're the beautiful public lands that we all own and we all should care for. You've got, like I said, the Carrizo Plains in California, Bodie Hills in the Great Basin, Steens Wilderness or Sutton Mountain Wilderness, in Oregon, Centennial Mountains Wilderness Study Area in Montana, Handy's Peak Wildlife or Wilderness Study Area. Headwaters of the Mississippi is, amazingly enough, BLM has Menominee River in Wisconsin. We have several different islands in there. We are the public land agency, so we get lands that go out of federal or out of other federal agencies' use and then come into under our management. And over in New York, we've got the Fish and Wildlife Service Refuge, and then down in Florida, Jupiter Inlet is BLM Eastern States Office. We've got Alabama Shores in Louisiana. Funny that it's there. Going around New Mexico, we have Casha-Katui Tent Rocks, and that's a national monument. And then in the lower corner there, we've got Alaska, and that's just beautiful tundra of Alaska. So we have an enormous amount of land where these native plant communities can flourish, and are flourishing, but they need our help. And I hate to even bring this up here in California because my heart goes out to everybody that had to deal with all of the fires, but millions of acres of public and private lands are losing their native plant communities from invasive species, as Denise pointed out, human use and altered fire regimes. And in 2020, we only had 1/8 of the grasses, 1/4 of the forbs, and 2/3 of the shrubs that we were purchasing in BLM that were native seed adapted to the places where we were going to be restoring. And when that native seed is unavailable, we use the non-native seed. And as Denise talked about, that's not going to get us the kind of habitat for the animals that we really want or that are there. I guess I'm going to say that in the last several months, on both sides of the country, along the California coast, you guys just experienced, and in 16 southeastern states, fires here, Hurricane Helene in North Carolina, or the southeastern part of North Carolina, of the United States. We had each of those instances, they are estimating $250 billion in damages. So that's $500 billion that we have in destruction across both sides of the continent, and we do not have the kind of seed that we need to really, well, we have it. Maybe it's in the seed bank in the soil, but we really need to do much more for the diversity of seed that we need, because we can't use the same seed from Cape Cod to California and expect it to grow and do the kinds of functions that the ecological functions that we need. So Denise was showing all the beautiful diversity in shapes and sizes, hooks and various appendages that all these plants have adapted to or developed adapting to where they're going. And I just want to talk a little bit about what are seeds. We got a little bit into it with Denise. They are the reproductive structures produced by plants that are capable of growing into new plants. My favorite quote is, "They are not rocks." Beth Ledger from University of Nevada, Reno, she keeps saying that over and over again to people. I'm like, I'm going to use that, Beth. She goes, right ahead, take it on. Because people think that when we collect the seed, it doesn't matter where we put them, we can stick them in the back of the truck, it's fine, but these are living entities that will die if they are not stored correctly, and people just think they can do anything with it, and no seed matters. It does. They're living, they're not rocks. It's an important trait to remember. Dormancy is another important trait to remember. It's a survival strategy, and that's why these beautiful super blooms that are in the background of all these slides are in the Carrizo Plains. I mean, it is incredibly important for us to know that, we've got the seed today that could have been standing in there or sitting in that soil for, decades, hundreds of years. They will germinate when the environmental conditions are right. And that makes all the difference in the world of why we need to be collecting seed local, growing it local, and getting it back out local. So using native seed, why are we using native seed for restoration? It mitigates the impacts of all these natural disasters that we're having, and it nurtures, this is one of the things that I think is the most important for us to recognize and use in why it is necessary for us to be doing this work at the local level. I can say that the majority of the land that we manage in BLM is that rural western land. And so we're growing, all of us are growing a restoration economy that creates jobs and stimulates rural economies. I like to say, nobody is going out to the parking lots of the United States to do recreation. They're just not. And, what they're seeking is the native plant communities that are out there across our lands. And the beauty, and I won't even say pristine, but, let's just get them back so that we're not looking at the parking lots of the United States or other awful things that we don't want to really be looking at. Okay, so this is the staggering number, the next one. So the UN decided that 2021 to 2030 is the UN Decade on Ecosystem Restoration. And we have a bond challenge. And that bond challenge is to restore 350 million hectares of land, or in our terms, 865 million acres. And I think it was Simone Pedrini out of Italy, who's now working in Australia, that determined what the need would be for the bond challenge to be met. And it was 1.9 billion tons of seed, native seed, would be needed to restore those acres or hectares, whichever you want. And I think that they said it was a wall, a 6-foot-high wall around the equator once that might be either, I think it's 3 feet deep. So that gives you an idea of how much seed that is. It's a tremendous amount of seed, and none of us have that kind of seed, certainly not of the natives. We could probably have all the corn or soybeans that we want, but we don't have the native seeds to restore what we said we were going to restore in the bond challenge. So, and I'm going to say that the global, that's probably a low estimate, because that number, the 1.9 billion tons of native seed, was with the use of, I think, 5 to 6 pounds per acre to restore, whereas what we used for deciding what it was in BLM that we needed to restore the degraded lands was like 9 to 10 pounds per acre. So that's where we got our 500,000 tons that we don't have. So let's just look at by the numbers for BLM. So from 1996 to 2020, BLM purchased 54 million pounds of seed. And that's the part in the diagram up there that's the blue and the red parts. The blue being the native seed that we purchased, and the red being the non-native seed, because when we don't have that native, we will be buying the non-natives to keep the soil in place. But that's less than 10% of what we need. And that took us 25 years to buy. So think about it. We are going to be, it's a huge challenge. It's a tremendously large number of seeds that we need. We don't even know what we need, actually. We don't know the species that we need. We don't know the quantities. This is a guesstimate, but it's probably, it might be a little high. Nobody's argued with me yet about it, so we'll see. But you can see that if in 25 years we haven't even purchased 10%, and part of that is non-native, so it's going to take a lot of hands on deck to work together to get the kinds of seeds, because it's not all one kind of seeds. It's not like, that we need 500,000 tons of the same seed. It's got to be different species. So let's talk about, I thought I had a little slide in here. Oh, it's coming up. I want to talk about the whole process of going from wildland seed collection all the way around, but I also want to talk about sustainability, because we need to meet present needs without compromising ability of future generations to meet their own needs. And that's really going to require us to balance the economic, the environmental, and the social considerations. We can't over-collect the species. We can't rely on just people to go collect them. We're going to need to grow them. We need to think about how much we need to collect, and we need to think about how much or how we collect. I've seen people go out into areas, not legally, using machetes and just cutting down the whole population of something that they wanted. And that is not, I mean, when we're doing native seed collection, we are trying to stick with the Center for Plant Conservation, which is the endangered species protocols. We're trying to keep not at least 20%. We never go over 20% of the collections, and that's part of our Seeds of Success protocol. So we need to think how to develop the enormous amount of seed that we need for restoration. And we may need to think about things differently, such as changing from the typical agronomic model, which I'm going to get to in this one, to what I call the ecological model. And, you know, it's hard to get people to change. It's really, really difficult. So people whose daddies use non-natives, we're going to have to try and convince them that they need to use natives, okay? Well, my granddaddy did this. He was fine with that. And then we went to the cultivars, and my daddy did cultivars. We need to use the locally adapted native seed that's available, but we need to develop it. And according to the industry, the BLM is the largest seed purchaser in the Western Hemisphere. And they say that it takes 10 to 20 years to go from a seed all the way around to the development of a crop. And that might sound like a long time, but that's not the only thing that we need to be working on. If you look on the slide here, you know, we're not taking the diversity out of the seed the way you are when you're developing, you know, corn or sorghum or one of those crops. We're wanting the diversity to stay in it so that we can use it for restoration and it meets the needs and it'll be adaptable, more adaptable than what you would get out of the cultivars, which mostly are one provenance, or the seed was gotten from one provenance. And in many cases, it is why we started the seed strategy, because they were taking seed from Canada, Montana, and then bringing it down into the Great Basin where we were having all these fires. And, you know, I had a director that was coming up to me going, Peggy, why are people telling me the natives don't work? Well, they're not the natives that were native there. And like I said, you can't take something from Cape Cod and bring it over to California and expect that it, even if it was the same species, you know, they're adapting to those local environments. Terroir, I think you call it terroir in the wine industry. Maybe we need to use that for native seed. Anyhow, so I kind of want to set the stage here so that everybody knows that this is what I'm talking about when I say that we are trying to go from the Seeds of Success program, which some of you have heard about, which is actually the Wildland Seed Collection Program that we started back in 2020. And Steve Windhager was right. We did get the Botanic Gardens of the United States to be the ones to start that with us. And so we would get them to collect the local seed for us. And we did that because the Seeds of Success program was modeled after the Center for Plant Conservation. And I didn't have people in my agency that knew how to collect and knew how to collect that just 20%. So, you know, starting from the ground up, we are collecting the seed, and we are working and partnering, like I said, with universities, botanic gardens, tribes, states, other federal agencies. There is a tremendous amount on the right-hand side of this cycle where we can't do it all, but we need the partners out there in the world, because these are seed that sometimes people have never worked with, so they don't really know how to germinate it. They don't know how to grow it in a crop-like setting. They don't know how to harvest it. They don't know when to harvest it. And we need to get it to that point before we give it to the growers out there, because it's not really fair to ask the farmers to do the farming of something that we don't know how to get done. So therein is where we need a lot of more research, and that we go to the Botanic Garden research departments. We go to the universities to get the help from them on that. Keep me honest on time. Okay. Anyhow, so you can see from this that we are going full circle. On the ground, restoration projects are really where we ultimately want that seed to get and where we ultimately want that seed to survive. And I'm going to just talk a little bit about some of the, and this sort of shows you the live, year by year, seeds of success. And we started that back in 2000 because of wildfires that we had, and in fact were directed by Congress to develop the program. And not the Seeds of Success program, but a native plant program so that we could get the seed into restoration. And I give a lot of credit to Chris Topic here. He won't take it, but I'm giving it to him because he was up on the Hill, and he knew what it meant to be using non-natives. And then all of a sudden we started getting direction. Okay, you guys need to, you, BLM and Fish and Wildlife Forest Service need to develop the native seed programs so that you're putting the natives out there instead of the non-natives. Seeds of Success, we just, I don't even know if anybody has recognized this, but we just expanded it from BLM to the National Park Service and Fish and Wildlife Service. And we are happy to get those folks into the mix, and I really do think that when we expanded it, BLM's, most of our land is in the West, in Alaska, and with the Park Service, we expanded into California, New Mexico, the Dakotas, Alaska. Fish and Wildlife Service was mostly the Midwest and the Southeast, which we don't have a lot of land out there. We have some, Jupiter Island or Inlet, but really it's going to take a much broader expansion of this, and we're hoping the Forest Service comes into this here soon. We're having discussions. But I want to say that this did not happen overnight, and it's going to take an army of the botanists, geneticists, ecologists, and others. It's going to take money, and it's also going to take strategic planning. And so you can see back in 1994 when we started the Plant Conservation Alliance, Chris Topic and I and another fella named Ken Berg, we were like, you spend this money on that, we'll spend this money on this, and you spend it on something else. Let's not duplicate our little measly amounts of money that we had for plants. And it started with, I want to say, maybe 5 federal agencies. It's now gone up to 15. We had 17 on our federal agencies participating in implementing the seed strategy. We've got over 400 non-federal partners. It took 30 years of collaboration before we got to, and I'm going to show you what I think was the perfect storm. Maybe others would say not, but we've got the National Seed Strategy that we put together in 2015. Along with that, we put together a business plan because it takes more than vision, it takes more than a strategy, it takes the money to do this. And I think more often than not, us botanists have always said, oh, we can do that and we'll get out there and try and do it for free. You know, that's not what people, if we're gonna do it for free, guess what? They don't think it's of value. So we need to be doing it and asking for the money. And that's, for some reason, I have never been afraid of saying, give me the money. Well, my first job, the guy told me, I went to ask for the money for rare plants, and he said, Peggy, I think you should get the Girl Scouts to do this. And I'm sorry, I grew up on the East Coast. I said, and out of my mouth came, when you get the Boy Scouts to do the fish and the wildlife, I'll get the Girl Scouts to do the plants. Meanwhile, give me the money to do what I need to do, what you hired me to do. You know, so anyhow, we got the perfect storm here, I thought, because we ended up with a strategy, a business plan saying what we needed in terms of money, and then we had the National Academy of Sciences really bolstering up what we've been saying all along, which was we need to develop a seed program, and we need the money to do it. I want to talk just a nanosecond, I think. Let me. I just want folks to know we put together this seed strategy, and it was an amazing feat of, I don't know how much, it took a year, and it took a lot of participation from a lot of people, and we ended up with the vision, the right seed in the right place at the right time, and the mission to ensure availability of genetically appropriate seed to restore viable and productive plant communities and sustainable ecosystems. And it's the first and only at this, I don't know if ever anybody else, I think Australia's got it. But when we did this, somebody came up to me at a conference and said, did you know that this is the only seed strategy in the world? And I was like, oh, come on, no, it can't be the only one. But it was, but it has promoted, Canada's looking at developing one. In fact, they might already have done it. I haven't paid attention recently. And I know Australia had one, and I think France, a lot of other countries are following our lead on this, and that is exciting. And there are the 4 goals, and it's really identify the seed needs, ensure that we have these genetically appropriate seed. Research, like I said, it's going to take a lot because many of these species, we don't know how to grow them, we don't know what germinates them, what pollinates them, we don't know a lot of information, so we need to get that. And then we need to be able to develop the tools so that the land managers know what's going on with using these species. And then I think that the communication, internal and external to our agencies, is also of major importance. And that's why all the botanic gardens in the country are partners with us in terms of getting the message out. And this is just one way. I want to say that hot off the press is our 3rd National Native Seed progress report, and I want to show you a few things that have come up with that. And I think through this, I want to highlight some of the programs that we've done, but what I want to really show is that it is a partnership across federal, tribal, state, nonprofits, conservation organizations, and private citizens. I mean, I think we've even gotten folks saying, well, I want to join the Plant Conservation Alliance and do this seed strategy. It is a partnership of many, all going for that one goal of developing the seed. But you can see across here, each of the parts of the wheel of that cycle to develop those native seed, we had projects in every state in the union. And we had, I want to say it was $100+ million that were invested in those 2 years. So I wanted to go back to the guy that told me I had rose-colored glasses and say, not really. We're doing it. We're doing it. These are some of the unusual projects. This is Fort Belknap Indian community up in Montana. And they are working on a grasslands seed collection program and restoration with BLM and the Society for Ecological Restoration. And there's a whole cadre of plant conservation fellows that have developed, that are learning how to collect, learning how to do the things, and bridging that indigenous knowledge with the Western science. And we're learning from them just as much as they're learning from us. And they've got jobs in a very depressed rural ecosystem. And we got the Sagebrush in Prisons project. I don't know if Tom Kay is going to talk about that, but that's a project with BLM and the Institute for Applied Ecology. And this one in particular is with Idaho Department of Corrections. And I have visited several of these prisons, and it makes me so proud to be part of it. It's palpable to see how important a little thing like planting seed and taking care of the sagebrush is to these people. And I just have to hand it to Institute for Applied Ecology that they would do this with us for sagebrush. They were doing it on the rare plants, and I'm like, well, we need more sagebrush. Let's get onto that. And so we started doing it, and people have written me letters just telling me about the impact that this program has had on them, and it provides potential jobs for when they are released. So from that perspective, it's really, really heartwarming. You don't really want these guys to go back into prisons. Other major accomplishments, okay. We've got, well, in 2023, we had the Native Seed Conference, and we're going to have another one at the end of February, courtesy of the Institute for Applied Ecology and BLM. We also have a Native Seeds documentary that was done and actually debuted at the 2023 Native Seed Conference. And I think that that's available on YouTube. There's a trailer that we might be showing. I don't know if I got that to you or not, but hopefully we can get it to you. And we've got 1 minute. It just really, you get to see sort of the whole cycle going from collection all the way around to restoration. And it's from award-winning videographers, Holden Films, and they were fabulous, and they went all around, and I think Naomi's even in it. And then this was the findings of the National Academies of Science. It really, we do need the scientists backing up the work that we're doing. Otherwise, we're not going to be effective. And then I kind of want to talk about society here at the end. And plant blindness is a term that came up back in, I want to say 1998. Georgia O'Keeffe got it way before the rest of us did. And I love this quote. Nobody sees a flower, really, it's so small. We haven't time, and to see takes time, like to have a friend takes time. And I just thought that summed it up. And part of what I want to say here is that we need to get the world to start seeing flowers. We need to get them to understand that really that sense of place are the native plant communities around our country. I think the world gets it more than we get it sometimes. But anyhow, I think that we need to take her, it takes time, and that we need to show people how to do it. In some ways, I think that we need to open the garden gates, and that's what I want to end on. And I'll do that in a minute after I just show you a few more accomplishments in terms of, this is right by my house in October. And my sister can testify to that because I started driving. I only moved to Idaho 4 years ago, and we're driving up to Sun Valley and this place and that place. And then all of a sudden the fires came, and we literally were driving through a fire. And I said, I don't know if I should turn back now. I don't even know Idaho well enough to know where that fire is. But it was an inferno that came very close to my house, and in fact, came so close to my house that they were closing the road a block away. So it's very real, folks, and you guys have gotten that here too, and my heart goes out. SOS seed collections, this is in green are the seed collections we've made across the country from 2000 to 2024. Those are the seeds that we're going to need to restore from all of these wildfires. In California alone, there have been 7,817 wildfires since 2000. You had 7 active wildfires when I was making this originally, and it did say active wildfires like that when I made this, and we've made 492, and by we, it's not me, it's all of you, it's your local folks. But we're trying to get ahead of the curve. This is, my hometown is Asheville, North Carolina, and what I found, scary, was that of the 6 kids that grew up in my family, 3 of us, our households, 3 households of folks, were in the path of Hurricane Helene or the wildfires out west on both sides of the country. So it's not, it doesn't care whether we are rich or poor, whether we are Democrat or Republican. We are all on this planet together, and we need to learn how to take care of it. On a high note, I would say that last year, the Department of Interior launched the National Interagency Seed and Restoration Center, which I hope will be this network of networks that will be working at the local level to collect the seed locally, to develop the seed locally, to grow the seed locally, and to get it back out onto the land locally. And it will be in partnership with U.S. Department of Ag, Forest Service, and NRCS, and Agricultural Research Service, Department of Defense, and Department of Transportation are all interested in working with the Department of Interior on this. And we really are looking to develop these eco-regional hubs. In BLM, we have 3 of them, and we're hoping to expand that to a broader array of eco-regional hubs across the country. And I just want to acknowledge, like I said, I did not do this by myself. And these are the people within BLM that have been helping me and helping you guys. Christina Lund works with a lot of folks here in California. She's our California state botanist, and has done a tremendous amount to push the national agenda down to your level so that you can help us get this done. So I want to just say I accept this award on behalf of the spectacular U.S. flora, the diverse native plants who do their best every year to survive, adapt, and move forward, and ultimately bring us along with them. And finally, I accept this award on behalf of the native seeds who are our future. Thank you. Did I do it?
Folks, we have 3 minutes for questions. So you did it, Peggy.
I couldn't believe it. I got to get my award.
And so if you say the question, I'll repeat it, and then we'll get Peggy's answer.
Yeah, right.
They'll think about it, and maybe on the panel.
Could be. Yeah. Let's give him a second. I see a hand.
Just with what's going on with the government today, it took 30 years to put this together, and the current administration is taking entire departments and just they're going away.
We will prevail.
Peggy.
And the plants.
Hey, Peggy.
Oh, sorry. Sorry.
So for those of you online, the question was, it's taken 30 years to put this together. There's things happening today. What's going to happen? And Peggy said,
We will prevail.
hey, who's next? Ooh, I saw your hand first.
So you mentioned that there was only like 400 so botany degrees, and I know by example a lot of institutions near me don't offer botany or a lot of botany courses. My degree was in ecology, for example. What can we do to bring more emphasis to botany, like in educational institutions?
So the question is, what can we do to bring more botany to our educational institutions?
And I think, unfortunately, the degrees and the professors follow the money. So bringing more money to these universities is going to get you more emphasis. And, you know, I think if you have anyone that you want to talk to about that, Dr. Beth Ledger at University of Nevada, Reno has been super in getting funding for botany projects, botany professors. You know, she's got a lot of graduate students, postdocs, and she's getting them a lot funded through the government funds that are available. But I think I forgot to say, we need to open up all the garden gates in your gardens across the country. That's really how I got started. It's really how I got started. There were, in fact, Pat Raven, Dr. Peter Raven's wife, I didn't know who she was at the time that I met her and she wasn't Pat Raven, she was somebody else. But anyhow, the guy that introduced me to her says to me, "Oh, Peggy, I don't think you know Pat." And I said, and she's the director of the Queens College Arboretum. And I said, "Queens College, is that in North Carolina?" I said, I used to ride my bike through Queens College because it was so beautiful on my way to go to the library in the summertime. And she goes, "Oh, and I bet I can tell you what street you grew up on." And I looked at her and started laughing. And I said, "Okay, what street?" She goes, "Ridgewood Avenue." And I bet you thought that Winghaven Gardens was your secret garden. I had just taken my daughter to Winghaven the year before because I had talked about this secret garden, and she had read the book Secret Garden, and then she says, "Well, I want to see your secret garden." So there were two women on my street that my sisters that are here and my daughter can attest to. I would go there all the time. And Miss Elizabeth Lawrence, who was the garden writer for the Raleigh Times, she'd say, "Peggy, you don't have to ring the doorbell anymore. Go ahead, just go in the side gate, you know." And both of those gardens are now public gardens. They were somebody's backyard before. And these two women, Miss Elizabeth Lawrence and Mrs. Clarkson, both opened their garden gates to the kids in the neighborhood. And Pat Raven said I was the 10th person that she met that had grown up on that street or in that environment, you know, that little neighborhood.
Yay,
Botanic Garden! I know. So open the gates, guys.
Thank you, Peggy.
You're welcome. And thank you.
Save your questions, write them on 3x5 cards. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Naomi Fraga, who is the powerhouse behind the conservation program at California Botanic Garden. I've seen Naomi in a lot of different roles, and it seems like there's nothing she can't do.
Hello, everyone. I want to thank Denise and Heather and the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden for the invitation, and I want to thank and congratulate Peggy. Your vibrancy is inspirational. You have been a personal inspiration to me, and I have a lot of gratitude for your leadership, so thank you. So I would like to tell you today about where I come from, the California Botanic Garden. And, you know, Peggy gave us this incredible 10,000-foot view of seed conservation, especially as it's employed through the Bureau of Land Management on our public lands. And I'm going to take more of we're going to like zoom in to some of these specific projects and see how this gets rolled out on the landscape through the programs of the California Botanic Garden, from field to the freezers in our conservation seed bank. So I'd like to tell you a little bit about where I come from. I would like to say that the California Botanic Garden and the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden are very much sister institutions. We share a mission to conserve our California native plants. We were founded within 1 year of one another, so it's like really phenomenal. And we collaborate on a lot of projects. And so it's very complementary, and we find strength in partnership. Our founder, her name was Susanna Bixby Bryant, and she really laid forth our mission. In the charter to establish the garden, these are Susanna's words that established our purpose, which was to preserve the native California flora, to try to replenish the depleted supply of some of the rarest plants which are rapidly being exterminated. So this is Susanna's quote from the turn of the century, from the 19th to the 20th century. We had a lot more habitat intact back then, but there was something happening, and that was the rapid urbanization of Southern California into the megacity of Los Angeles. And Susanna saw this happening in the landscape and understood that there was much we needed to do to ensure that we had a future for California native plants. And so I'm really proud to be able to carry forward Susanna's mission. And we do this through our collections. The Botanic Garden has these exceptional collections that allow us to we can harness these resources towards plant conservation through these public-private partnerships, working with our federal agency partners, working with other botanic gardens to be a network in support of California native plants. So at the garden, we have a herbarium, which is a museum of dried plant specimens of over 1.2 million specimens. We're the largest in Southern California and the third largest in the state. Today I'll be talking to you about our California Seed Bank, which is the largest seed bank dedicated to California native plants. And we have 86 acres that support a living collection that is an incredible living garden that can inspire people to connect with native plants, as Peggy explained from her personal connection to her private garden. And then we have a 1-acre nursery facility that allows us to propagate plants for restoration. And all this is situated within the megacity of Los Angeles. We're in eastern Los Angeles County. It's a huge urban area of over 18.5 million people across over 200,000 acres. And so across this expansive, we have this great challenge, right, of expanding urbanization, but this also presents an opportunity to engage with 18.5 million people. Like, that's a tremendous opportunity. The second most population dense area in the country. So how can we bring native plants to Los Angeles? And the California Seed Bank is this important reservoir, this important resource for the state to ensure that California native plants have a future. It looks like a modest building, and within this building are 7 chest freezers that hold billions and billions of seed. It's a truly phenomenal resource. So we have the California Seed Bank, established in 1984. The primary goal of initially establishing the seed bank was really to support the living collection. It was mostly held, we would have horticulturalists who would go out to wild populations, collect seed that then would be propagated to create a living garden. And we needed a way to save those seeds. In the 1990s, with the establishment of the Center for Plant Conservation, of which the garden is a founding garden member, our seed conservation practices became more conservation focused, and we saw that we needed to save seeds not only just for horticultural practices, but also as a means to prevent extinction of plants in the wild. And so the goal of our seed collection is really to be a living collection of the great diversity of California. We have over 6,600 kinds of native plants in the state. It's the most diverse state in the United States. We have incredible topographic heterogeneity. We just have tremendous landscapes, tremendous species. And while not all of these species can be saved in a seed bank setting, many of them can. So we have over 6,000 collections currently that represent almost 2,400 different kinds of plants. And this represents over 1/3 of the California flora. So it's really this tremendous resource. And we're really trying to look at how we enact seed conservation and all these different diversity levels, making sure we have as many plant families as we can represented, as many genera as we can represented, and then really, we've been prioritizing rare plants, but really we want to conserve as many plants of California as we can in our seed bank. So the leadership at the California Seed Bank, really, I want to acknowledge Michael Wall, who led our efforts from 1995 to 2012, and he was an important mentor to me. He taught me about seed conservation and seed collecting practices, and really developed the know-how for processing seeds, storing seeds, and really created the general work operation and pipeline in our modern-day seed bank. And Cheryl Berker, who is our current seed conservation program manager now, she's pictured here. She is carrying the torch and running with it and doing tremendous work to bring us up to modern day standards, where we have expanded our freezer storage. We now have 7 chest freezers filled with billions and billions of seeds. We've really modernized our power backup system because we recognize we're holding incredible treasures that we need to enhance their security, both in terms of power, but also in terms of fire safety. And we have lots of new and improved equipment to just really help us care for this really important collection. And so now I'd like to transition a little bit into some of these specific projects. How do we get the seeds into the California Seed Bank. And so we go up and down in California. We have projects taking place all across the state, and I want to highlight these 4 projects which represent diverse habitats. We're going from the highest point in California down to the lowest at Badwater Basin and Death Valley National Park. We're in chaparral shrublands, we're in desert ecosystems, we're in wetlands, we're in alpine. And so these projects just share a little bit about the kind of work that we're doing at the California Seed Bank. So I want to start with our Alpine Seed Conservation Project, which is a fairly new project for us. We got some seed money from Botanic Gardens Conservation International. They have a grant opportunity that allows Botanic Gardens to partner with the U.S. Forest Service. And our partner, Scott Eliason at the Pacific Southwest region, had a project idea and asked if we'd partner with him on this. And so we put together this proposal to conduct a gap analysis of seed collections that are available for plants that occur in these alpine zones. So as you remember, alpine are these very sensitive habitats above tree line. They're particularly sensitive to climate change. And they're also incredibly difficult to acquire seed collections for. These are remote and rugged habitats, very difficult to access, really hard to just monitor the progress, how are fruits developing. Getting out there is quite a chore, and so our botanists have to be really ready and able to get out there. And so the first task in this project is really just even to identify what are the rare plants that occur in alpine zones. What are the rare plants that are mostly endemic or primarily restricted to alpine zones, and what are species that occur in alpine zones, but maybe they also occur in other habitats. So that was our first step. Then we are looking at, well, how many of them are seed banked, and what are our priority species, so we can, make sure we can streamline the collection process. This is sky pilot Polemonium chartaceum, which occurs on White Mountains, in the White Mountains. And so far what we have, we're finishing up that gap analysis, and we've identified, and this is an analysis that's taking place both in California and in Western Nevada on Forest Service lands. So we've identified 159 rare plant species that are occurring in these alpine zones. 32 of them are limited to alpine zones, so that seems like a reasonable number. Okay, we can deal with 32 kinds of plants to collect their seeds, but remember, it is a challenge to get there. It's difficult, it's rugged. And about half of them have some amount of collection presence. So right now what we're doing is we're kind of streamlining and figuring out what are our target species, and we're going to get out there and collect this year. But just to show the urgency of the situation, we have 2 photographs here from 1988. We have Jim Moorfield, who was a botanist, state botanist in Nevada and now retired, but he's also an expert of the flora of the White Mountains. So here he is standing on this rock in 1988 in a very delicate meadow that supported a rare plant species called Draba monoensis. And then in 2023, our botanist who's leading this project, Maria Jesus, at the same exact location, and you can see how dramatically this habitat has dried and did not locate Draba monoensis. So we are fortunate this plant is still extant, but it just sort of brings to light the urgency of the situation with climate change that, this project needed to be done yesterday. So here we go, and we have to, the gap analysis is really going to help us streamline and prepare. So we were at the highest, and now we're moving down to the lowest, to the Amargosa River Basin. This is a place that's very near and dear to my heart, where I conduct a lot of my research. It's an incredible desert oasis. Just within the hottest, driest place in North America exists these lush meadows, and that seems rather crazy. Where does the water come from? But there are these extensive groundwater basins in this region that the precipitation, when the snow was falling and the rain was happening, this was happening during the last ice age, and it filled these extensive groundwater basins for which this groundwater is still present today. And so the water that is coming up that seeps in springs is ancient fossil water, tens of thousands of years old, feeding these incredible lush oases and wetlands. So this is why this place has just captivated my imagination and my heart, because it's wow, ancient fossil water in the desert supporting lush wetlands. How crazy is that? And then there's all these endemic species species that are reliant on this really precious water that is also under threat because there's tremendous competition for the water to support agriculture, to support increasing urbanization, to support lithium mining, to support all kinds of uses. So it's a very highly threatened landscape. And so we have partnered with a local conservation organization called the Amargosa Conservancy and received funding from the California Wildlife Conservation Board to advance restoration in this region. And one of the things we're looking at is to seed bank these very special ecosystems, the alkali wetlands. And we're going to collect seeds of 50 species, rare species and common species. And this is really kind of there's a lot of intact habitat here, by and large managed by the Bureau of Land Management. But we want to be ready in the event of habitat degradation, especially due to groundwater withdrawal, that we can restore these habitats as needed. And we also have this great opportunity to bring together traditional ways of knowing and Western seed conservation practices by partnering with the Timbisha Shoshone. These are their homelands, and there are many, many species that are culturally important for which we're working with the Timbisha Shoshone to save seeds of, say, screw bean mesquite, grapes, and these sorts of things to support them in their cultural revitalization. So really excited about that project. And it intersects with all sorts of other restoration happening in the region for an endangered vole, incredible birds that utilize these wetlands. So we're working with lots of diverse partners to advance restoration in this area. So now moving closer to home, I'd like to highlight a project focusing on chaparral shrublands, especially in fire-affected areas. So we know in early January, firestorms rained down on Southern California in Los Angeles, and it's been pretty devastating. And Peggy talked about the altered fire regimes that we're experiencing. So what we have in chaparral is we have a decrease in the time intervals, between fire events. So that means we have increased fire frequency in Southern California, and our shrubs and all of our plants that are so adapted and so resilient to fire do not have time, the sufficient time to put seeds back in the soil seed bank to recover from the last fire before they burn again. So it's really causing degradation in certain areas that are seeing too frequent fire. So we've been working on chaparral restoration, collecting seeds of these important chaparral species in partnership with the Angeles National Forest, Tree People, and the National Forest Foundation and the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. And so you have these chaparral shrublands, which we're experiencing what we call type conversion, where these shrublands have been modified and now primarily dominated by grasses and mustards. And so we're trying all these different restoration techniques to hopefully restore back to more intact native ecosystems. And this is only going to become more and more important as we're seeing increased fire happen in our Southern California landscapes. And we're really glad to be a part of this work to help restore these systems. And finally, I would like to highlight a rare plant project, because rare plants are also very near and dear to my heart. I consider myself a rare plant lover. So this is a project where the garden, we conduct conservation from all these different angles. We're doing botanical inventory and monitoring. We have a molecular lab where we can do conservation genetic research, and we can bring that all together, and how does that complement our seed conservation efforts? And this is a project that brings together genetic research with seed conservation. And so the Pearson's milkvetch is Astragalus magladani variety Pearsonii. It is federally threatened and occurs in the United States entirely on lands managed by the Bureau of Land Management. It occurs on these incredible sand dunes that are highly threatened because it also happens to be co-managed as an open off-highway vehicle area. And it's not just a few dune buggies here and there. This is like a megacity descends upon this plant's habitat. It's very intense, active recreation. And so there are lots of outstanding questions about we have these areas that are closed off to off-highway vehicles. How well are they conserving genetic diversity? And then do our seed collections that we're collecting adequately capture that genetic diversity on the landscape? And so we're taking this project in a couple of phases, and we've finished the first phase where we got some baseline data. And so we have this map. And what the map tells us is that we have 3 distinct subpopulations on the dunes, a north, a central, and a south, represented by the different colors there in yellow, blue, and pink. And then we have seed collections, which are mapped as like little black triangles. And so a couple of important points. And then we have areas that are closed off to off-highway vehicles, which are mapped in green. Okay, so that's a wilderness area to the north, and then there's this like skinny strip to the south, which is critical habitat. What we find is that there's a central population for which there is no land protection. It's an open off-highway vehicle area, and it also happens to be the most genetically diverse subpopulation. We also have no seed collections for that subpopulation. So that is like the low-hanging fruit for us to go and to be able to acquire more genetic diversity. And so that's our next phase of the project, is to collect seeds from that central subpopulation. And then also the next phase, we want to examine genetic diversity of our seed holdings that are offsite in our California seed bank. Does what we have in the seed bank represent the genetic diversity that's present within the population? So we're able to integrate these two avenues of conservation work to complement each other, and so we're really excited about that. And finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about communication. So this is also the Carrizo Plain, which is one of our special super bloom areas. And in 2023, we had an incredible super bloom happening in the state of California. And all eyes descended on the wildflowers. And so we had a tremendous opportunity to communicate about the importance of California native plants, not only for their beauty and just their sheer magical qualities, but just their overall importance, to conservation of ecosystems. And what happens, like flower to seed, like the seed component is like a very important part of the super bloom, right? There were issues with trampling of these wildflower fields, and a lot of the communication surrounded, focusing on, what do these flowers represent? They are the future seeds that create the future generations of these plant populations. So I think when we have these extraordinary events that highlight an opportunity to discuss California plants, we could always bring it back to seed and the wonder and magic of seed and why they are so important and how they represent our future. And so last year in Death Valley, I had the opportunity, we had a mini super bloom happening in Death Valley, primarily of desert gold, Jurea canescens. And I had the opportunity to speak with Reese Thibault of the Washington Post, and we were talking a little bit about climate grief and sort of, I always get, I don't know, I feel like I should only feel happy in the time of a super bloom, but I get a lot of anxiety and worry thinking about when am I ever going to feel this again or experience abundance like this? Will I ever see it again? And so I was explaining that, but Reese brought it back around, and he, kind of encapsulated how seeds represent this hope, that he said I could collect seeds like literal seeds, right, but also spiritually to prepare for the hard times that will inevitably return. But that's really what seeds provide, is this opportunity to literally capture the future hope of ecosystems. And so I want to kind of end with this quote, which Dana Goodyear, like the author intended, like this quote is about flowers, but I'm like, this is a quote about seeds. And it says, seeds are like stars, and they are the past made visible. They are also a vision of the future, a prediction, a promise of what will happen when it rains again. And that is how I feel about seeds. And so with that, I thank you. Okay. I have time for one question. All right. Okay, will we have the panel? Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. No, that was beautiful. I also want to mention that the garden has a Mojave Desert spring field trip to the Amargosa Basin in April, and you can register now. Okay, next I want to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Heather Schneider. She's the Senior Rare Plant Conservation Scientist at the Botanic Garden, and she's really built an amazing rare plant program and an amazing team, and she's going to tell you about it now.
Hi, thanks. So I'm going to shift gears for a minute and just talk about rare plant conservation specifically and how we at the garden use seeds to accomplish our conservation and recovery goals. And I want to start off by acknowledging that this is not just my work. This is the work of the rare plant conservation team at the garden. And these are the lovely folks doing this work now. They have predecessors who have helped me build this program. And I have an amazing predecessor in Dieter Wilken who really got this started at the Botanic Garden. So we have a long legacy of caring about rare plants. But first I kind of want to get us like in the mood and just capture some of that magical feeling that I think Denise really struck us off with, just thinking about how beautiful seeds are and also how diverse they are. And so Denise put together a really nice collage. These are all rare plant seeds that are in our conservation seed bank at the garden. And you can see that they're all different shapes and sizes and colors and textures. And I like thinking about not just the beauty of these, but also the functionality. Why did they look like this? How did they come to evolve to be these very distinct creatures in their own right? And one of the things I really like thinking about is, as Naomi was talking about super blooms, I think it's really easy for us to evoke imagery of a patchwork of wildflowers and all the different colors on the hills, but we don't always think about how that diversity is mirrored in the seeds. And so these are the plants from which those seeds were produced, and you can see that they look as different from one another as the seeds do. And I just find that to be a beautiful parallel situation in nature. So we have everything from shrubs to perennial herbs to bulbs and annual wildflowers. And when we think about why seeds look the way they do, sometimes we don't know, sometimes we do. And one of the ways that lupins in particular tend to protect their seeds is through camouflage. So what you're looking at here looks mostly like a pile of broken granite rocks, but nestled in there are rare lupin seeds. And they're very hard to see here, which protects them from granivores. And here's another close relative, the Mariposa lupin, that does a similar thing. And it grows in these, okay, very slow. It grows in these really colorful rocky substrates, and the seeds blend in perfectly with it. And so if you imagine that you are a seed, as soon as you disperse from your parent plant, you're just a sitting duck. You're very vulnerable. You hope you landed in a nice place where it might rain, where you can hang out for at least a year or so, and then nobody eats you or carries you away to an unsuitable site, or that a fungus infects you. But having some camouflage with the soil definitely helps keep you safe while you're waiting for just the right conditions. So now that we've got ourselves all stoked about rare plant seeds, I just want to make sure we all are on the same page when we talk about rare plants. I think that for a lot of us, we immediately go to the Endangered Species Act, both at the federal and state level, and we think about those are what rare plants are. But we actually have a lot of classifications for rare plants, the vast majority of which are not protected under any of the Endangered Species Acts. And so here, just by way of example, I have two poppies, and on the left, you can see the California poppy, and all of those blue dots on the map are places where this plant has been observed. So we all know and love it. We see it as we drive up the coast, and it's very widely distributed. Decidedly not a rare plant. But contrast that with the poppy on the right, the Tejon poppy, which is pretty much relegated to Kern County in a very small area in very specific places. This is a super rare plant. It's also a rare plant that is not listed under the federal or state Endangered Species Act. But thanks to the California Native Plant Society, we have a robust system for ranking rare plants in California called the California Rare Plant Inventory, and they assign things rare plant ranks. You don't have to memorize this, but I am going to be using these codes in a lot of my captions. So just keep it in your mind that things like Tohon poppy that are really rare and geographically restricted are ranked as 1B. That's the most rare category that CNPS uses. And everything in that category actually qualifies. It meets the minimum criteria for being considered to be listed as endangered under the Federal or State Endangered Species Act. And then as you go through the less rare things, you get to the 4s, which are still rare plants. They are not the California poppy, but they're a little bit less rare, and we're sort of watching them to make sure that they're not in decline. And when we think about conserving rare plants in California, we have to think about the scope of the challenge that we're facing. So we have more than 8,000 kinds of plants in California. As Naomi mentioned, more than 6,600 of those are native, so we're very lucky in that way. And more than a third of our native plants are considered rare. And so that's a fairly big job for us rare plant conservationists in California, just trying to make sure 2,500 different plants don't go extinct, no big deal. And what I want you to take away from this especially is you can see we have 180 plants on the federal endangered species list and 225 on the California endangered species list. And this is a lot of plants. This is more than most states have on those lists, but it is a teeny tiny fraction of the rare plants in California. And so we have a big job ahead of us. We have a lot of plants that don't really have adequate protection. So what do we do about that? Well, at the garden, today, I'm going to talk to you about how we use seeds to conserve and recover rare plants. And I'm going to sort of walk you through a series of projects that my team's been working on and how we use seeds in different ways to not only protect plants, but also to restore plants. And I want to start out with a project that I've been working on my whole 9 years at the garden, which is a partnership with the Bureau of Land Management in their Central California district to survey and seed bank rare plants. And so we start out by gallivanting around California looking for rare plants. When we find them, we collect data about them, we assess the threats to the populations. This map shows you an idea of where the Central California district is. So the Bakersfield, Central Coast, Ukiah, Mother Lode, and Bishop Field Office, this huge swath of Central California is all under the purview of this one Central California district, and that's where we get to work. So on this map, anything with a blue triangle is a place where we found and documented a rare plant population. The red X's are places where we visited a historically documented population but didn't find it. And then those orange triangles are places that were previously documented that we may or may not have visited. So you can see we get around. Doing this work takes thousands of hours, thousands of miles, and a lot of good camping gear. And so once we collect the data and map these plants, we also collect herbarium specimens, which are pressed dried plants that live in our herbarium at the garden. And then we eventually go back to make conservation seed collections. And just to give you an idea of what we've done over the last 5 years, which is about half of the time that I've been working on this project, we have visited more than 500 rare plant populations, so that's a lot of data about how rare plants in this part of the world are doing. We've added 703 herbarium specimens to the garden's herbarium. We've made more than 200 conservation seed collections, and importantly, 30 of those taxa, or just it's like a much shorter way to say kinds of plants, 30 taxa were banked for the first time. So nowhere was there any seed for these different kinds of plants in conservation seed banks. So this is a really important first step for those plants to get into a seed bank for long-term conservation. And at the garden, we have learned a lot from California Botanic Garden and their robust seed banking program. And in our conservation seed bank, we're focusing exclusively on rare plants, and we have more than 1,500 collections with 400 kinds of plants, which is about 16% of all of the rare plants in California, and more than 3.7 million seeds. Because of our long history of working on the Channel Islands and our location on the coast, we do have a strong emphasis on island collections and plants from Central California. And although the seeds in our bank are primarily there as our insurance policy against extinction, they're there for long-term conservation, they're alive. Everybody here has talked about how seeds are alive, and I think that's so tangible to us, but it's easy to forget when you don't think about seeds every day, but I'm sure you all will now. And so it's imperative that we use the seeds in the freezer before they die, and we do that via research, restoration, and recovery. And we don't do this in a vacuum. We're not the only folks working on this. Collaboration is key, and so we are part of a statewide collaborative called California Plant Rescue, along with Naomi at CalBG, Jenny at Theodore Payne, our friends at all these various botanic gardens and other nonprofits, and we work together to really pool our knowledge and our resources and make sure that we can do more by working together and do the best by California's plants that we possibly can. And so in this graph, we have a little bit of a history of the collections that the whole CAPER, so we call ourselves CAPER, the California Plant Rescue Network, holds together. So all across all of our seed banks, we have more than 17,000 seed collections, which is pretty awesome. And in this graph, we have the years of collection along the horizontal axis and the number of species that we collected each year along the vertical axis. And in gold is the time before CAPER came together as a collaborative. And what you see is sort of the willpower of nonprofits to protect plants regardless of how many resources we have. Everybody's doing the best they can. And then when you get to those pink bars, that's when CAPER formed. And you can see that just by virtue of working together, we started to collect more species each year because we were sharing information, we were setting priorities, and we were starting to think about how to fund ourselves a little bit better to do this job. And then you see the purple, and we just went bananas and really increased our efforts. And that is thanks to the California Biodiversity Initiative, which was a project that was started by Gavin Newsom's administration, and the state legislature gave $3 million to CAPER specifically, recognizing the expertise that we had in our state, with the goal of collecting 1,166 previously uncollected rare plants ranked at 1B, so those rarest of the rares. And that's a huge job, but we are 94% of the way there as of the end of last year. Thank you. We have 71 taxa to go, and we wish it would rain a little bit more. And so what I want you to take away from this is that obviously working together always helps us do more, but we also need the political will and the capital to help move these efforts forward. Naomi talked about getting up to these alpine regions. We go on multi-day backpacks to get one species seed banked. We need time and we need money to help us leverage all of our energy and expertise toward recovery and conservation. So how else do we use seeds? We're not just putting them in the freezer. If you've ever tried to grow native plants from seed, you know that a lot of them do not germinate easily. I relate to seeds in that we're quite skeptical. We have to be convinced that there's something worth doing. And so I'm going to give you an example of just one plant that we've worked on with germination. This is the island Malacothrix squalida. It has been documented on both Anacapa and Santa Cruz Islands, but it has only been seen on Santa Cruz Island in recent memory. And so for all practical purposes, this plant exists in one place on Earth, in one population. And so our goal is to protect this, because you can imagine that if you are just one plant in one place, you're quite vulnerable to anything that goes wrong in that location. And so our goal was to get seeds into the seed bank, but also to learn how to grow those seeds so that we could make more seeds to try to make more populations and create some redundancy and protection for this plant in the wild. And I don't want you to be alarmed by this graph, which is very busy, but basically what I want to show you here is that we conducted a germination study. So we compared germination of seeds to which we did nothing, which is these control seeds on the far left corner of the graph, to seeds that we gave various kinds of treatments. These included physical treatments to disrupt the seed coat, which is usually a fairly impermeable membrane that if we break it, it really helps the seed take a drink and get going. And then sometimes we also used a cold treatment. So this is to mimic a cold winter and see if that kind of kickstarts. We sort of trick the seeds. Remember, they're skeptical. We're like, hey, it's been a good winter. And then they might germinate. So the important takeaway from this graph is circled in yellow, which is that those 2 bars with D's on them have about 100% germination. And this was amazing because when we were germinating seeds with no treatment, we were getting very low germination. And the commonality between our 2 best performing treatments was the cold treatment and nicking, which is using a razor blade to cut off part of the seed coat so that that seed can take a good drink. And so this was game-changing for us. Now we can go from, maybe getting 20 plants out of 100 seeds to getting close to 100 plants out of 100 seeds, and that's huge for our growing reasons. The other thing that it makes me think about, though, is that as climate change changes the nature of our winters, the timing of precipitation and temperatures, it's a little worrisome that we might not have as many cold, wet winters as we used to, and what will that mean for the germination of this plant? So once we figure out how to germinate these seeds, we put that information into action in our nursery. And over the last several years, we've been working on a whole suite of species from the Channel Islands and engaging in what we call seed bulking. So this is sort of for rare plants, this is like our small-scale farming. We never start with enough seeds to have a whole row of crops. So instead, we grow them in pots and flats. We do hand pollinations or sometimes employ the efforts of bottleflies who might randomly help us pollinate things. And it's a lot of effort, but over the last probably 6 years or so, we've produced more than 800,000 seeds of these federally listed plants in the garden's nursery. And this is huge because, as Peggy talked about, we need a lot of seed to restore our wildlands. And that's true whether you're a rare plant or a common plant. It's just particularly hard to get a lot of seeds of rare plants. So now that we've made all these seeds in the nursery, we're taking them back out into the wild and trying to put plants back on the landscape, both in places where they naturally occur and then in also places that we think they could potentially grow, trying to create some redundancy. So here you see us on Santa Cruz Island. We have some garden staff along with John Knapp from the Nature Conservancy, who's our partner out there, and we're seeding Santa Cruz Island Dudleya into some small experimental plots. This plant is an awesome success story. This was just removed from the federal endangered species list in the last year or so. And so success can happen, but we always have to keep working. We have to keep trying to push the needle. And a recent project that we're just getting started out at Vandenberg Space Force Base is focused on Gamble's watercress. So this is a federally endangered plant that, as Denise mentioned at the start when she showed the picture of the seed, it only grows in one genetically pure population in the world. So again, very isolated, very vulnerable, and we're trying to create some redundancy on the landscape. So over the last several years, my field partner Sean and I have been hacking through just head-high poison oak, trying to get to this population, to survey it. We've made conservation seed collections. We have grown plants for experimental plantings at a U.S. Fish and Wildlife Refuge. And most recently, we have been setting up seeding plots in wetlands that are nearby where this naturally occurs. And in this case, we're using wild collected seed that we collected from the native population, and we're just moving it over into these wetlands where we think it could survive. So we are trying to create some redundancy. We're doing this at a really small scale to start. Number one, because we don't have a lot of seed. Number two, because we just want to get a little proof of concept before we try to scale up. So you can see Manny from the rare plant team here putting nasturtium seeds into this plot. We did this just in December, and we're going back monthly for the next several months to monitor. In the January monitoring visit, they did see some of those early seed leaves, but it was too soon to tell for sure if they were Gamble's watercress. So we're hoping to go back out next week and see if we can identify some plants. Our goal is to hopefully get seed germination and then survival to reproductive stage so that we can see if we can create self-sustaining populations here. But so I hope that you can see how all of this kind of feeds together into, protecting first, then doing the research to figure out what we need to do and how to do it, and then putting that into action. And I just want to end with this reminder of the more that we appreciate and understand seeds, the more that we can do rare plant conservation and recovery effectively. And I'm happy to take any questions. This link or this QR code just goes to our conservation page on the website if you want to check that out. Yes?
So on the Mountain Coast, it's on Santa Cruz Island, that's the only place. You grow and propagate on the island, you don't bring back here and then take them back out.
Yeah, so the question was about the island Malacothrix, which at least recently has only been seen on Santa Cruz Island, and do we propagate on the island or do we bring the seeds back to the garden and grow them there? So we are doing the seed bulking at the garden. So we don't bring plants back and forth because of increased biosecurity concerns with soil, and you could bring pests and pathogens really easily. But we do grow the seeds in the nursery and then bring those seeds back out onto the island. Yeah, it's just, it's a lot easier. They're working on a nursery on the island, but for us it's, these plants are fickle and we need to have eyes on them so we can have a more consistent effort if we're doing it on the mainland right now. Yes?
Can you generalize on how long seeds stay viable in the freezer?
Ooh, so the question is, can we generalize about how long seeds will survive in the freezer? No. I think ecologists were always like really craving universal truths where there aren't very many. And as Naomi alluded to, different kinds of plants have seeds that will last different lengths of time, both in nature and in the freezer. But what we do know is that for seeds that dry and freeze really well, which we refer to as orthodox seeds, those can last for many, many decades in the freezer. So in a best case scenario, you're extending their life very greatly. In a worst case scenario, you got to figure out how to use them pretty quickly. Yes?
Are there any citizen science type models where people could report sightings of some of these rare plants?
Oh, that's a great question. Is there a way for citizen scientists to report rare plant observations to the garden? I think that iNaturalist can be a good way to do that if you use that app. I have a gleam in my eye of starting a program modeled after something that Chicago Botanic Garden has been doing a long time called Plants of Concern, where they actually train community scientists to be rare plant monitors. And so that's something that at some point in my career I would love to get going at the garden. But I think iNaturalist or reaching out to us is probably the most efficient way at this time. Yeah, thanks. Yes, ma'am.
When you replant in the field, are you creating zones of one species, or are you purposely trying to have similar collections for bees and things to show an interest?
That's a great question. So the question was, when we plant out in the field, do we plant just zones of one species, or are we trying to have interspecies mixes, thinking about what will better serve the pollinator communities and other critters? So for a lot of the rare plant work that we do, we tend to seed out just the rare plant, and then hope that, assuming that most of the surrounding vegetation is still relatively intact. But we have a lot of collaborations with Denise's team where her team, who specializes in looking at bug-plant interactions, will monitor pollinators not only visiting rare plants, but also surrounding community members, so that in the case that we have to restore a whole community, we have an idea of what those important connections are, so that we don't just put the rare plant back, but then its pollinators don't have the community it needs to support itself in the long term. So we are thinking in both ways, although most of the work that I'm doing right now is primarily focused on the rare plants. One more. Yeah.
I know that when you have an endangered population, your population gets smaller, so I'm wondering how you guys ensure that genetic diversity is maintained and that unnatural linguistic use.
So the question was, endangered plant populations are usually already small. How do we make sure we're maintaining genetic diversity in our conservation work? This is something that we worry about a lot, is how to maintain the genetic diversity in nature. And so when we think about conservation seed banking, Peggy mentioned that for common plants, they're collecting no more than 20% of available seed. When we're working with rare plants, we're doing 5 to 10% of available seed. So we're getting a really small snapshot of the genetic diversity. And of course, for annual plants, the above and below ground communities change every year, so it's really important that we don't just make one collection at one time point, but that we think about capturing multiple populations and then also the same population at multiple time points, hoping that we can build that reservoir of genetic diversity for the long term. And within CAPER, we have some research that folks are working on trying to figure out how much genetic diversity we really have in our banks, and then how to make sure that we're propagating it when we do things like seed bulking, because at sort of every level of seed collection and growing, you have the potential to lose genotypes for various reasons. So it's something that we definitely worry about. Thanks, everybody.
I just want to thank all our awesome speakers and congratulate Peggy again for the Conservation Award. And we're going to break for lunch until 1 o'clock. So see you back then. And we're back. Welcome back, everybody, from lunch. Just want to remind you all to please write down your questions, ideally one per card, and submit them to someone at the table. And for those of you online, we really welcome your comments and questions in the chat there on YouTube. So I'm pleased to announce our next speaker, Dr. Amy Vandergast. She is a research geneticist with the U.S. Geological Survey, and she'll be talking about harnessing local genetics. And when we thought about, that's a complex topic. Who could possibly talk about this topic in an accessible way? And we knew Amy would do it justice. So welcome, Amy.
Well, thanks. I am just thrilled to be here and be a part of the symposium and help honor Peggy and all of the amazing work she's done for plants. I have a confession to make. I am not a botanist. So thank you for welcoming me in to this. I do know about genes, and so what I'm going to talk about today is ways that we're using genetics to really help get the right seed in the right place at the right time. And I know many of you are not geneticists, and that's okay. You already know a lot about genetics. Humans have been selectively breeding plants as crops for almost 10,000 years. So we understand this process. And probably most of us remember learning about Mendel's peas in high school biology class, and so plants have been really critical to our understanding of genetics throughout time. Gregor Mendel is kind of given the name of being the father of modern genetics because he did the math to look at how traits are passed down from parents to offspring, and his study organism was peas. And maybe not everybody was super thrilled that he was focused on peas, either at the time or maybe even in high school biology class now. But based on those beginnings, we now have this information. We know that genes and genetic diversity is the foundation of biodiversity. So we heard earlier that plants were the foundation of biodiversity, but I respectfully disagree and think that it's genes and genetic information and genetic variation that really is the foundational pillar of biodiversity. It's the basis for selection, it's the basis for evolution of all of the diversity of species that we see and the ecosystems that they form. And those ecosystems are so important to us for the services they provide. So along with our knowledge of how traits are passed down, we have had just a real evolution in our ability to survey genes in all living things. So we are in the era of genomics. So by the 2000s, the 2010s, sequencing capacity has really developed at a rapid pace. We can now survey whole genomes of organisms at the same cost and speed that we used to be able to only sequence a small portion of it. So our ability to understand really what's going on at the whole genome level has really rapidly increased. And so what that allows us to do is to survey genome-wide genetic diversity of many individuals within a particular species. And that allows us to measure how related things are across the landscape and what the patterns are in that genetic diversity, and how it's structured by things like gene flow, which in plants is the movement of pollen and seeds, and local adaptation to local environments. So I've had the privilege to be a small part of the Mojave Desert Native Plant Program, which is applying the National Seed Strategy for restoration in the Mojave. And as you heard earlier in Peggy's talks, there are these 4 major goals of the National Seed Strategy, and genetics fits into goal 2. So really we're trying to provide information to help select that genetically appropriate seed, as well as developing these tools in ways that help managers. And this has been a theme throughout today's presentations as well. It really just takes a lot of people from a lot of different agencies and groups to work together. And so, this is the list of partners that are involved with the Mojave Desert Native Plant Program under the direction of Judy Perkins at the Bureau of Land Management. And she's brought all of us together. And if I had put up slides here that listed names instead of organizations, I would fill the rest of my 15 minutes with all the people. So this is a robust, program that impacts a lot of people, that have a lot of input from a lot of people, and that makes it, I think, resilient. So in the Mojave, one of the main goals of native plant restoration is to help restore the habitat for this little guy, the Mojave desert tortoise, which is an herbivore and really needs native plants to survive and thrive in the Mojave Desert. And so the species lists of the plants that we want to grow and restore are basically built around this species as well as pollinators. So the real question is, why should we pay attention to seed sources? So we've talked at a big scale about why we should definitely take Mojave seed and use Mojave seed in the Mojave versus, say, using seed of the same plant species from Oregon or Washington. But what about within the Mojave? There's a wide variety of different ecosystems or ecotypes within the Mojave. There's extremes of temperature, high and low. There's mountains. There's valleys. There's a lot of diversity even within this ecosystem. So what we found is that basically 70% of desert plant species have shown some kind of home site advantage when they're grown in common gardens, and about 80% show adaptation to their specific climate. So basically what we want to be able to do is use genetic data to help develop these seed zones that will allow us to plant seeds that are from similar locations and similar genetic backgrounds to the place we want to restore. And we want to be able to do this both for what we see and experience now, our current situation, as well as what's going to happen in the future with climate change. So this is an example of one of the plants that we've developed genomic resources for. And actually, this was a collaboration with the California Botanic Garden, and their geneticists did the work on this particular species. So this is the desert plantain. It's a wind-pollinated winter annual, and it's an important diet species for the Mojave Desert tortoise. It is found in sort of these meadows of plants in different areas. And basically through our genetic analysis, was started by collecting at each of these locations throughout the Mojave, generating genetic data for multiple individuals from each of those locations, and then mapping that diversity along with information about climate, so information about precipitation and temperature and other important variables. We can come up with a map. And so this is our map that we came up with, and this is based on temperature zones that are linked to specific genotypes. So these are 8 seed transfer zones of increasing average summer temperatures. So the hot temperatures really drive patterns of diversity in this species. So here is the range of that, and I want you to kind of take a look right now at where we see the red zones. Those are really warm adapted plants, and where we see the blue zones, and then look at this next map, which is showing us where those zones are going to be under a high emission scenario of climate change. So we see a lot of expansion in the red zone, and we see a lot of loss in the blue zone. So this should be helping us to determine not only that we want to plant seeds in the zones as they occur now, but we also probably want to have some seeds from those warmer adapted zones that we're kind of throwing in the mix now to make sure that those areas contain the adaptive variation that they need to survive under warmer temperatures. So just to bring it back a little bit here to rare plants and also a little more locally to this region, I also want to talk just a little bit about how genetics can help identify unique diversity. And so one of the projects we worked on over the past couple years was to do genetic and abundance surveys of the Antioch Dunes evening primrose. And this is a very localized endemic. It's found only on the Antioch Dunes, which is up at the confluence of the Sacramento River. It's preserved. It's been listed as federally endangered since 1985. It's preserved on the Antioch Dunes National Wildlife Refuge, which I think is one of the only national wildlife refuges that is devoted to a plant. It's one of two plants that it was built for. We went out and we surveyed the plants, and while we're out there surveying the plants, we're talking to the other botanists, and they're like, well, we've got this other primrose that's, kind of adjacent to this area. It's in some other patches. It looks a little different than this one, and we're not sure if it's this. Maybe it's this more widespread primrose that comes up through the Central Valley. We're just not sure. So we surveyed that one as well. And what we found through the combination of our genetic work and the morphology of these populations is that there are actually two unique subspecies in this area. And so we've now named another very locally endemically rare subspecies, the Bay Miwok evening primrose. And that was based on both genetic data and morphological data together. So I'm sorry there's 72 and not 71 that you still have to get. But yeah, so this is the way in which genetics can help us to learn more about our diversity and name our diversity so that it can be protected. And so that's what I have today. I provided just some of these QR codes. So these could provide some more information for you on both the Mojave Native Plant Program and then some of the research products that were talked about in this talk. And that's it. Thanks for listening. Oh, okay, great. I'm glad I didn't go way over, so I have time for questions. Yes?
When you're looking at genetics and you're trying to distinguish like a subspecies from a regional variation, I mean, I'm not a geneticist, but are there markers? Like, what's the delineation? You're like, this is regional.
Okay, so the question is, if you're looking at defining a subspecies versus regional variation within the same entity. And I laugh a little because there's really no line in the sand demarcation for these things. So, I think what we try to do is make sure that you can see the difference. So you can see the difference in the physical makeup of the plant and some trait like the flowers or the leaves or the growth form. And you can also measure the difference in genetics. And the differences for the Miwok primrose were pretty distinctive, in my opinion, genetically. So it, it's a little bit of a gray zone, and that's because these things are not static. Evolution is a process. It's happening, right? As you know, so there are things that are on the sort of beginning end of that journey, and some that are further along. Yes.
Regarding the Plantago, has the work that you've done informed seed collecting strategies from all the different agencies and groups, particularly emphasizing, the existing hot climate adapted locations and trying to really focus on them for future recovery efforts?
Yeah, do you think, so the question is, has the genetics that we've done on this and other species helped to inform the seed collections? In theory, yes, it is. I don't know sort of at what phase this is happening, but Naomi might know. I mean, we use these maps and things.
You can translate this to the microphone, but so Judy Perkins will have us collect from those warmer seed zones as we're collecting seeds for particular species. So there is an emphasis on the warmer seed zones.
Good. Okay. Yeah. So an emphasis. So Naomi says there's an emphasis on the warmer seed zones. So yes, that's part of it. I'm sure you guys love getting out there into Death Valley and collecting those warmer seeds. Thank you for your service. Yeah. Yes.
I work in commercial agriculture, and we use like marker-assisted selection for breeding. And one of the biggest challenges we have is that the library of traits is so small to be able to compare the markers from whatever the cultivar is to see whether or not it may have that trait and move it through the sort of breeding process. And I have been interested to hear, and maybe you have some insights on if we're going to be doing genetic analysis of plants, is there any thought in making that into like a database that can be accessed by universities so that we can start seeing how all of these traits occur within the genome in a variety of species?
Oh, you've touched on a topic that's dear to my heart. Databases, yeah. So the question is, are there trait databases that can be used with genomic data and that link traits in the genetic regions? Am I getting the question right? In development.
As you're building all this
Yeah.
amazing information, how do we share it and make a pool of resources to speed up and make that work
Yeah.
more efficient and easier and effective across different agencies?
Yeah, so I will say that all of our data go into public repositories. So all of the genomic data that's collected for every individual that we touch goes into GenBank. We have USGS data releases that release derivatives of that data that might be, more appropriate for someone to use. Collaborators are creating map tools that restoration groups and growers can use to see what zones they should be transferring between. And I think that our knowledge of some of these native species is well behind, what's happening in crops. So for a lot of these, we don't have a full assembled genome, to compare things to, and we're kind of looking at this through a lens of finding gene regions that we can tell are under selection, and then looking at correlations with the environmental variables with those genes. And so we're at that stage. We haven't really mapped any of these regions to know, what is the pathway that they're involved in, and how are these traits evolving. So it's still a very coarse scale. I don't know if there is a database for traits for plants, but I'm going to look into that. And
there's not on the
okay,
yet.
okay,
So
yeah,
probably not.
yeah, but
We need it.
Yeah, I think it's always been a tenet of our science within USGS that products that we produce are public. You know, they are paid for by all of us taxpayers, and so there's a big emphasis on making sure that those data are available. Yes.
So climate change is happening quicker than what nature could do per generation to adapt to a higher UV and warmer temperatures. In your research of collecting plants that have adapted to a warmer and or drier area, are you trying to isolate those characteristics, isolate those genes that perhaps there's a sub-study that could do splicer or something that allows a bigger variety?
Yeah, so the question is, since we are warming our planet at a level that's unprecedented, much faster than anything that's happened in the past over evolutionary history, then, you know, why, or are we trying to isolate these traits and use techniques like CRISPR or something to like move genes around? I am not involved with anything like that. That is, there might be some of that work going on. I don't think it's necessarily happening right here in our Mojave plant program, but it is something that I think researchers are talking about and thinking about in other systems. I think we do have some kind of things like that going on in USGS with relation to specific invasive species to try to help deregulate how quickly they can reproduce and survive in areas, but it's all very experimental right now. Okay.
Well done, Amy. Thank you. Such a foundational topic. All right. So our next speaker is a rock star, both literally and figuratively. He comes from the Santa Monica Mountains Fund, and he's worked for native plants in a lot of capacities, whether it's growing them, educating about them, or even writing lyrics about them through Sage Against the Machine. All right, welcome, Antonio Sanchez.
Hey, I'm excited and so nervous for this. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to do this, Denise. All these amazing people that I get to work with, that I get to speak with, and I just look out in the room and I think I know maybe a fourth of you, a third of you. It's a pretty amazing thing. So I appreciate being part of this and dragging my butt to do a new talk, because I kind of give the same talk all the time. But I want to give thanks before I start to some California native folks that I got to interview for the later part of this talk, all my coworkers in the Santa Monica Mountains, all the native plant nurseries that I've gotten fired from, horticulturists, amazing. Just it almost brings it's emotional. Just the people that I've gotten to work around and learn from. And I believe our Oxnard high schoolers, our Oye Oxnard Young Ecologist program, is watching right now from the National Park Service in by Calabaza. So what's up, Samuel Fun? Where's the camera at? What's up, Oye? Welcome. You guys are welcome. And look at all my beautiful, amazing coworkers that we get to do this work with. It's amazing what we've done together. So I get to run the native plant nursery in the Santa Monica Mountains. I was hired on after the Woolsey fire. It came in 2018 and burned over 90,000 acres. And so I work for the Santa Monica Mountains Fund. We're on National Park Service land, so we're super, super close partners with the National Park Service. And they hired me on. They said, hey, Antonio, let's grow some plants and collect some seed. And I'm all, cool, I hope I can do that. I hope Carol has taught me well in my time at Theodore Payne and with Naomi at Rancho Santa Ana, which we still can't call it California Botanic Garden. And cool, so the Santa Monica Mountains has over 500 species of native plants, and it kind of changed my perspective on growing because most of them are not viewed as nice plants for home gardens, and that's a little bit more of my background. Most of them, we have no records on how to grow them, so I'm like freestyling. I'm very close to Google now, very, very close. But I like that we grow what native nature needs in a sense, or kind of what we think it might need. And just a little bit of my background, I come from farming. I went to school for sustainable ag at Santa Rosa Junior College, and farming is amazingly hard. It's rough work. But we tend to grow in farms what sells, what people know, and we have a lot of support usually when we're growing stuff, right? And I just want to give a shout out to Noe. Where you at? There you go. Noe, my girl from Yes Yes Nursery. She paid me $50 to give this shout out. I'm just kidding. But there's no other nursery farm that I know of that's doing it more correct than you are, and you deserve as much support as you can get. So I strongly suggest that you support Yes Yes Nursery because they're a leader in what we should be doing. And so after I got out of farming and went into native plant nurseries, I got to work at a bunch of amazing places. And native plant nurseries they're harder than farms. I'm not saying that farms, I'm not trying to knock on farms because it's ridiculously hard work, but there's a lot of support. Native plant nurseries became a lot harder because we're growing a lot of times stuff that people might be bringing from native nature and no one's ever tried to grow. It's cool. Penstemon sideroensis, cool, let's try to grow it. Cool, it was a disaster, right on. So there's a lot to learn, and I think that's kind of what makes it exciting. And in the Santa Monica Mountains, when I got there before, there wasn't really anyone dedicated when I got there to running the nursery. And so my boss, Joey Algiers, was growing probably about 1,000 to 5,000 plants a year, making a few dozen seed collections a year, mostly with interns, and it was a great program. The funding came in for the Woolsey Fire, or for the restoration after the Woolsey Fire, and we shot those numbers up really, really high. It's kind of stressful to look at those numbers. Holy jeez, I gotta put my glasses on. Is that right? Yep, that's right. Okay, and that's why I think I've aged. How much? I've aged a lot. Okay, so let's talk about, so we started growing plants specifically for recovery from the Woolsey Fire. And as we've gotten better at growing the plants and as we've gotten more knowledge and our team has grown, I wanted to focus on the 4 projects that we kind of worked on the last 2 years. I forgot to say, Denise, can you let me know when I hit 12 minutes? Thank you. So these are the 4 projects. Narrowleaf milkweed, we had to grow 100,000 plants the last 2 years. Cactus scrub restoration, we did 30,000 plants the last year and a half. I want to get into all of these. And Denise said, why don't you talk about the challenges, Antonio, for growers? And I'm like, cool. When I hear the word challenges, that means the problems, and I get to complain. It's queja time. I get to say how hard this is, because this is hard. Some of the challenges that we face is the projects and the funding start whenever they want, which is weird. It's like having a restaurant and it's being open from like 10 a.m. to like 10 p.m. and the rush comes in at 2:30. If you ever worked at a restaurant before, you know like everyone's, all the morning shift is gone, they're out smoking in the back, and then the night shift hasn't even come in. So we get funding whenever. It's really, really hard to adapt. Sometimes we have no seed to work with. We get the funding, we gotta go collect the seed. We have a really short window to collect sometimes of the seed. We have an even shorter window sometimes to get the plants ready to plant out. I don't know how to germinate half this stuff. Google doesn't know either. I don't know how to grow. Sometimes it's really easy to germinate something, but it's really hard to grow it. And then in the national park, our nursery is completely outdoors. It freezes almost every night. Our PVC pipes will burst. It's a hard nursery to grow at. So the Narrowleaf Milkweed Project, like I said, we do 50,000 for the public and 50,000 for restoration in the park. And that's the time frame. I believe we have an ex-monarca here. Once a monarca, always a monarca. And so we need to collect the seed. And if you guys know anything about milkweed seed, it's dehiscent, or it likes to just have a party. And when it's ready, it goes. And so it's not that easy to collect. I mean, I don't think most seed is that easy to collect. But we had to collect seed from native nature, from the Santa Monica Mountains, and 50,000 plants, cool. But most of that seed isn't good, or I would say a lot of it's not good, if we want to put it that way. If you buy a seed pack of arugula at the store, 100 seed, you should have like 112 germinate. I don't know how 112 germinate, but it's perfect. And we have 100 seed sown, and we get like 4 sometimes. It turns out that milkweed wants really warm days to germinate, which is hard to do when our nursery freezes every night. And so we have to wait sometimes till March, April, even May to get our plants going, which means that we have a limited window, et cetera, et cetera. It turns out monarch caterpillars really like to eat milkweed, and we can't really poison them. I tried to, and I'm just kidding. We can't really keep them off the plants. I mean, we can, but it's just when we're growing 50,000 plants, it's a lot. And so the good news is that we collected over 5 pounds in the last 2 years for future projects, and now we have a mother seed farm. And I want to give you this is our seed farm. We have 2 seed farms now. We have a 1-acre seed farm in Paramount Ranch and a 5-acre seed farm that's being planted today by Newbury Park. There's some of my beautiful coworkers planting. And so we did a cactus scrub restoration. Cactus scrub, usually south-facing, west-facing hills close to the coast. And the funding came in super last minute. We're like, okay, let's go survey these hills. And so we surveyed 7 different hills, and we found all these species that we wanted to grow. And I'm glad that we cut it off at about this mark. You guys can see where we cut it off, because the ones that only occurred in 2 or 1 spot are some of the hardest plants to grow. There's some soap plant on there. There's some really hard. I'm like, oh, I hope we don't have to grow this. But even these, some of these were hard to grow. If you guys know anything about these plants, the seed collection times for these is the window is huge. And so there's about an 8-month window to collect these seeds. And we were told to start this March 2023 and have the plants ready by fall 2023. Like, okay, cool. And so I aged another 5 years in that. And the plants are hard. Why are plants so stupid? I love the plants, but they're so hard. The good thing is we extended the program, so we got 2 years to grow everything. Verbena lasiostachys. I'm actually going to stop the talk now. Does anybody know how to grow this by seed? It's easy by cutting, but who the hell? What the hell? Such a weed. What the hell? Opuntia littoralis. Oh my God, that's easy by. We love. I eat nopales. Like, it's not the same plant, but it's so easy to grow. Chop and drop. But the Opuntia littoralis by seed is another 5 years added onto my life, or taken off my life. And then we got hit up for the Samo seed farm. We're like, hey, let's start up a seed farm. And I'm stupid enough to say, yeah, let's do it. And we didn't have to grow these last year, but I like to just kind of take the extra step. Let's do it. So we grew 30,000 live plants to put into these 2 different farms. And so we started this last January, and the first plants went in last spring, and we're lucky enough to have harvested our first crops this past summer and fall. We got some Asclepias, some Stipa. It's really, really cool. But again, we had a really short schedule to get all these out. And sometimes we get these grants and these projects start during the busiest time of year. It's like Valentine's Day at the Olive Garden, right? And it's packed. And then a wedding party comes in, like, no, God. So we had all of this coming in during the summer, which is when it's hottest and the plants are needing the most water, and et cetera, et cetera. And so the good thing is that some of these dates were flexible. It wasn't just November. Sometimes these contracts have to be out in November, so we had about November to March. So they're planning them this week and through March. So it was nice that we had some flexibility. And we started cloning some of the plants. So we started taking Stipa that maybe we only had 10,000 seed for, only 2,000 germinated, so we need 10,000 Stipa. We only got 2,000 Stipa. So we started dividing plants. And I felt comfortable doing that, which normally we wouldn't do. We'd want to grow everything by seed. But I felt comfortable doing that, knowing that we had 2,000 unique genetic individuals, and now we can divide them. It's not how we should do things in the future, but it helped us get through. And we did cuttings once we had enough deerweed. Maybe we had 3,000 or 4,000 deerweed. We're taking cuttings of deerweed, lotus or acmispon, whatever you want to call it. What's that? Were you guys waiting? I'm like, hey, what's up? It's Denise. So there's the seed farm, and the last one is Pedicina leonii. Was that 12 minutes? That was 12. Okay, cool. So this is Pedicina leonii. This is our rare. Oh man, you want to get scared? Rare plants. Holy Jesus, how do you grow them? There was only one person that we knew of that knew how to grow this that we could find. We called them up, and turns out she had passed away. I'm just kidding. She came to the nursery. That's messed up. I was waiting to tell that joke. That's so messed up. And it was a disaster, but we took 20,000 seed and we collected over 500,000 seed from those 20,000 seed. And we now know how to grow it. So we're learning stuff, but it's really, really hard. We figured Pannicuta leonii germinates in the winter, and we tried it during the winter, and it's probably way too cold in our nursery for it to germinate. Maybe where it's at in Rocky Oaks is much, much more moderate or more mild. So things that we've learned, we want to be more reactive, or I'm sorry, more proactive. So we want to start making these lists and start having all this stuff seed bank so we don't have to move so quickly. We want longer projects instead of shorter projects. The 1 year, 2 year projects are killing us. They're so hard to do, especially if we had a bad year for collecting seed, we lose a whole year. The community partnerships are so important that we can help state parks out, MRCA, so I think we're starting to build those, and those are really, really important. Reaching out, so we have such a limited staff, and most of these grants and these funding, we don't actually get funding for people on a lot of them. And so our partnerships with the master gardeners and building up our volunteer bases and training them has been huge. And then just trying different propagation methods and maybe eventually trying tissue culture. But I wanted to switch gears. I don't know how to switch gears in this. I'm just gonna switch. I'm just gonna put the brakes on. We were driving automatic, and now we're gonna drive stick. Because I need to ask all of us who work with native plants if we are holding space for not just California native people, but I think a different way of looking at plants. A lot of us have been talking about science, botany, herbarium, Jepson's, all amazing, amazing work. But are we holding space for people who need it and for different ways of looking at the world? I got to speak to 3 different people that I consider close friends in the California native, with California native blood. And I'm not gonna call out their quotes, but I'm gonna work their thoughts into this. But imagine being used to collecting plants. And when you go to collect plants, you give thanks. And then being paid to do that and not being able to give thanks. How hard is that? That's almost like telling someone, like we used to in growing up, like you see an accident, my mom Persinson, right? Like, and not being able to, right? So I got into native plants through food. Honey mesquite, I remember calling my tia up in Coahuila in the Chihuahuan Desert and asking her what folks used to eat. What did you guys used to eat? And she told me, we used to eat honey mesquite, the vaina, the pod. And it took me down this road, and it made me feel very at home, knowing that I was here in Oxnard, I was here in the 805 in California, and that just maybe 100 miles away was the same plant that my mom used to eat. Maybe not the same conditions, but I could feel at home. And so that took me down a road of going to Sweat Lodge, finding out white sage, opening up my own native plant nursery that was a disaster, and then starting to work with a bunch of native plant people. And I feel like some of us look at it as a puzzle. Like we know that things are missing. We know that the puzzle's there, but we have some pieces missing, and sometimes we're just trying to piece it together. And I think one of the biggest ones is fire, right? Traditional ecological knowledge. One brother that I talked to who grew up in Carpinteria said that his dad would point to the hills and said that hill hasn't burned in 70 years. When it burns, it needs to burn. And that it finally did burn, a celebration that it burned. And he went up and he saw what he thought were old gardens of Brodea and Chia. He's like, it looks like people used to plant this there. And there was a puntia that was revealed that he didn't even know that was up there. And another person that I talked to, I love herbarium. Like the first time she ever took an herbarium sample, which is clipping a stem, just freaking out and go, what are we doing? Why are we doing this to the plant? And so understanding that because we have this goal of science and DNA and all these beautiful things, and I love herbaria, but maybe to explain it or to be able to open the door for something a little bit more whole, right? And I remember feeling the same when I first saw corn being germinated at school, like on these peaches. I'm, what? Those plants are, why are they naked? And who gets the first seed? Do we go out and collect seed, or does native nature get the first take and we only get what's left? As a seed manager, you might be pissed, like, no, we need to get the highest quality seed, but maybe the highest quality seed isn't for us. And what time of year is it? This is my Google Calendar. Oh, this is another 5 years on my life, holy Jesus. But instead of looking at the calendar like this, maybe we get to look at the calendar in terms of plants. Like we know it's the short season, or the cold season, the wet season, because the toyon is turning colors. We know that it's late summer because we're harvesting yucca. And at the park now, we know what time of year it is because we're cleaning seed, and it's December. We're cleaning all of our seed. And one thing that was beautiful as a horticulturist, one of the guys said, there's an amazing elderberry project going on right now where they're trying to domesticate and get native elderberry into a more food crop, or to make it more of a food crop. And he said, I want to be able to teach people how to tend the elderberry. And as maybe an arborist or somebody who works with plants, you want a cut to heal, especially manzanitas, as you come into the winter and you want that plant to heal. And he said, we want to teach people how to make a healing cut. And I'm all, hold up. You're going to make me cry. You're going to talk about a cut that's healing? And so to be able to look at the world poetically and differently and to be able to give thanks, and everyone, including myself that I spoke with, said that we're nothing without teaching this to our children. And it doesn't matter how old you are, right? As a child, like as long as your mind is like a child, it's hard to forget who you are if you knew who you were growing up. And if you were California growing up, you're going to want to defend California. And one of the brothers I talked to said, I know the smell of the sycamores and the creeks, and harm to the sycamores is harm to me. And I'm like, the creosote bush, when it rains in the desert where I grew up, I know that smell, and you can't defend what you don't know. So I'll ask the question again, are we as managers, as coworkers, holding space for not just Native California people and these ideas, but for a lot of younger folks who want to see the world not just as an herbarium sample, which are amazing, but they want to see that plant alive, like my girl Naomi said, like the spirit. And so I would invite you all to interact. There's out in Riverside County, there's the Malkin Museum that opens their doors every year for an agave roast. There's amazing work being done in the LA area with black walnuts, and truth and the right way are truth and the right way no matter who practices them. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're in California, we're going to stand up for California. And so I just need to give thanks again. I get to do amazing work, and I'm just so proud of all of my coworkers and what we've done. And if anybody's interested in joining us, you can find us at Samo Fun in Newbury Park through Eventbrite. And thanks, Denise. Oh, damn, I went too fast, right on. That's the most nervous I've been for a talk in like 3 years. That's awesome. Cool, I love it. Oh, yes.
So you commented a lot about the stripes of not knowing how to grow or germinate different things, and I've experienced something similar since I did germination for like my graduate project.
Mm-hmm.
But how do we get better at, like, if you find out something about how to germinate this one species, how can we get better at sharing that so it's more like cohesive across?
Yeah. Can we take another question? So Rancho Santa Ana, California Botanic Garden, in the last, I think, 6 or 7 years, shared online for free their data, like their spreadsheets of probably the last 30, 40 years of germination. I think it's like 6,000 to 10,000 trials. Yeah. So you can find that on there. I don't know. I don't have an answer for you. I think we need, we were talking. This is a few years back. We've gotten so busy with the seed farm and stuff, but maybe we need to take it up about having, Naomi and I got to organize the California Native Food Symposium in 2015. It was amazing. We had a lot of Native folks there, a lot of non-Native. We had food. It was just a great 2 days. And we didn't get a chance to do that anymore. I left Rancho in 2016. But some of us were talking about doing something similar with California growers, right? And I know a lot of folks who do this for a living, and they have to pay the bills. You don't want to share your secrets, right? Once you crack the code of like how to do Dendromicon harfordia or whatever. But there's a lot of us who don't care. We just want to share that knowledge. So, and the National Park Service has been super supportive of almost everything we do. So maybe it's time to take that up. Maybe it's time for us to do, we do host California Native folks every year. They come out every year in June for 2 days, and we show them how to collect seed. We show them how to take herbarium samples, how to do all sorts of stuff. And at the first year that we had it, we had, I believe, 2 tribes come with us. And the last time this past year, we had over 20 people there. And so every year we'll host them. And it's not something we announce, it's just something that we do, right? So I think the national parks are a pretty good spot to do stuff in. Right, and I'm finding that out. It's almost like a Walmart. I feel like some people go to Walmarts for medicine, right? And some people go for like shoes, and some people go for beer. Like the national parks are there, I think, for us to use. And I feel like we're coming in And this is what we want to do. We want to open it up to more Native folks, to more propagators, right? And we've been able to do that. It's pretty cool. But that was a really bad way of answering. I have no idea. God, that was a bad answer. Did you guys hear that question? No, we want to know how to germinate Cannabis californica? Is that it? Do we have propagation notes? Anyone who's worked with me knows, hell no. They're all up here. But that's part of having more funding and having more people that we need to take all that down because, yeah, we're going to be gone soon and we should leave this with people.
There is a group working through the fire science centers around the country, and they developed Western forbs. So for the forbs,
Nice.
they are collecting and making that available online, and I can't find it right now, but I'll get you the information.
If you guys didn't hear that, she knows how to grow Cannabis californica, so it's more of a hydroponic situation, but I'm so blessed. You know what? I wanted to say this. There's so many different ages here, and I think everyone works with native plants or wants to work with native plants. I'm sorry to cuss, but fucking thank you guys for the work you're doing, and give yourselves a round of applause because this is amazing that you guys are here. You guys, I hope you all do amazing work and continue to do. And those who I've learned from and stolen from, thank you because I'm very, very lucky.
I lost my mouse. Where's my mouse? There it is. All right, we're closing in on it. So our next speaker is Tom Kay. He's the chief scientist for the Institute for Applied Ecology, and when it comes to native seed, he's a major go-to. I hadn't met him in person until last night, and I was immediately struck by just how kind and friendly he is, and I'm really glad that Native Plants have him on their side. Welcome.
Thanks, Denise. Very nice. Hi, everybody. It's really hard to follow that act. I was thinking, okay, it's middle of the afternoon after lunch. We're all going to have to stand up and stretch to wake you up. I don't think so. I think you're good. So let's go for it. So yeah, I'm Tom Kay. I'm with the Institute for Applied Ecology, which is a nonprofit organization in Corvallis, and I'm an ecologist, but really I'm a botanist. And I'm kind of a seed nut, which is redundant because nuts are seeds. But I'm really interested. I've always, as a botanist, been really interested in everything about plants. How do they make seeds? How do the seeds survive? How do the seeds germinate? How do the seedlings establish? How do they grow? And I did my Ph.D. dissertation on plant demography, really summing all of that up. It's really, I don't know. I love all this stuff. So, I want to go back. This picture on the right is some illustrations of seeds that I saw hanging on the wall at the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden yesterday. And it was so cool that I had to take a picture of it and put it up there. So thanks, Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. So the mission of the organization I work for is to conserve native species and habitats through restoration, research, and education. And we do all of that. We have about 55 employees in Corvallis, Oregon, and in Santa Fe, New Mexico. We about double that in the summers with seasonals. So it's a great group of people to work with, and we get a lot done. Today I've really got three big messages for you. Okay, so this is the overview, and then we'll get into it. Plants and their diversity are important to human and environmental health. Important is probably the biggest understatement I'll make today. Climate change and habitat loss are affecting native plants and forward. So I'm going to reverse that. Affecting is the other big understatement I'm going to make today. And then, but climate-centered restoration is crucial. We're facing this pivotal moment on Earth, and certainly in human time on Earth, and that needs to be something we are focusing on when we're doing restoration. It's not a sidebar, it's the bar, as far as I'm concerned. So yeah, plants are cool, they smell nice, they're pretty, but yeah, they are also really important, and without them, of course, we would not survive. And native plants are the stuff of the diversity on planet Earth that keeps the Earth a resilient place for humans to live. And it starts with the fact that plants are the base of the food chain. It's actually, I'll put it another way, plants are the only organisms on Earth that can turn sunlight into life. They turn sunlight into life. Otherwise, we wouldn't have life here. And so this is the Calvin cycle, not the Krebs cycle, Jesus. The Calvin cycle, which is photosynthesis. This is what happens when sunlight hits a plant, and the plant brings in carbon dioxide and uses sunlight to fix that carbon dioxide into sugars and other carbons and create energy. This is the magic. And it depends on having a wide diversity of plants in an ecosystem for this to be a really stable, functioning process. And I'll talk about that more in a minute. And I'm going to, Peggy said, plant diversity was the most important thing. We also heard that maybe it's just genetic diversity. It's genes, it's not plants. Well, it's the genes in the plants that matter. So I'm going back to the plants, and yeah, they got genes, you're right. First off, people need nature. It's in our nature to be here. We have to make connection for our mental health. We actually go crazy without contact with nature. It's really important for us. And it might be you just need a walk in a park to calm down, but it might be you need it every day to just remain centered and remember what you're doing in the world and deal with all the other problems we have. But there's a problem happens here for us when we're separated from nature. And we may have these places we go, and there's a word for this separation from nature and the grief we feel, I feel, when I see our natural world trammeled and destroyed. It's called solastalgia. When you break it down, it's basically having nostalgia for places that give us solace. And without those, when we see this, it's for many of us, this is a gut punch. I can't live on that planet. I need the green one. So I guess I'm really trying to say that, taking care of our green world is taking care of ourselves. And the benefits of exposure to nature are extreme. So when we have, in this country, we have I can't remember, 2 million people incarcerated. They are separated from nature. But when even inmates who are adults in custody are given imagery of the natural world, it gives them benefits. There's a 25% reduction in violent acts in incarcerated people's populations when they're given exposure to even imagery of nature. I mean, that's sort of the minimum amount of natural contact you can get, and that has a strong effect on us. Peggy also mentioned the Sagebrush in Prisons project. This is one of the projects we work on with BLM, where we work with the Departments of Corrections, and their adults in custody actually manage native plant nurseries to produce sagebrush. And while they're doing that, they are caring for living organisms. And that act of caring, that act of nurturing, centers people and gives them very tangible benefits. Another aspect of this is not just mental health, but physical health. We think of ourselves as individual. I'm this individual who, I don't know why I'm wearing a tie, but I'm not an individual, right? I am trillions of organisms. I am a microbiome on legs. And I can't live without this enormous community in me and on me. And one thing that folks are finding is that there's this thing called the microbiome rewilding hypothesis. And there's a group of organisms, of bacteria and fungi and other things that are, some people would call our old friends. This is called the old friends hypothesis. These are the microbiome components that actually we've evolved with and make us healthy. And when we have a green environment that's been sort of sterilized, it's just like stripped down to lawn, that microbiome is no longer full of our old friends. It's full of opportunists and organisms that can be pathogenic to us. And the more we start to rewild and rejuvenate that landscape, stepping down from the top down, we start planting trees and planting the understory and getting it back to a natural condition, the more it starts to develop a microbiome of itself that contains those old friends that are good for us. And so on the right-hand side, you can see all these little dots that I guess are microbiome things getting on people. And it gets onto us from the soil, it gets onto us from plants' leaves. If we live near a park and we open the window, it gets on us because the wind's coming in. So it's not just the fresh air, it's the fresh life that we're getting. And we need that. We need that to remain healthy. And the data is getting more and more clear about this. And, of course, it's not all about me and it's not all about humans. It's about the way the earth works. So plant diversity creates, yes, a diverse microbiome that's good for people, but it also has these ecosystem benefits, ecosystem functions. It's just good for the world. And this is a experimental site called the Cedar Creek Ecosystem Science Reserve in the upper Midwest. And this is one of the first places where ecologists did massive experiments. An experiment like this is kind of like, to an ecologist, this is like what a super collider is to a physicist. This is like, we're going to do a really cool big experiment. And each of these little cells is a piece of ground where the experimenters have manipulated the number of plant species that are growing there, just the number of species, right? And this is the first place where this very cool aspect of why biodiversity matters. Why does diversity really matter? Well, one of the main things that it does is it creates stability in ecosystem productivity. And there's this ecologist, very famous now, David Tillman, who established this, that the more species that were packed into each of these squares there were, the more even the productivity, the green biomass that was produced from year to year was. In other words, there's good years and there's bad years, or there's wet years and dry years, and different plants think those are good or bad, and the more species you have there evens that out. It's kind of like having a stock portfolio that has lots of different stocks in it. You don't want to do that thing like on Downton Abbey where they invest in just one railroad in the US and the whole thing goes down and the family goes broke. You want to have a nice, broad investment. You need a nice, broad species diversity that when adverse things happen, you've got something to shuffle into place. And this was an emergent property from biological diversity. It was really one of the first times ecologists demonstrated that diversity isn't just cool, it's the rule. You need to do it, okay? It's really important. Then there was this other experiment, another place that did one of these botanical super colliders, the Jena experiment in Germany. And the effects on plant diversity that they found there, they've written, I don't know, like 400 published papers on this thing. It's ridiculous. But some of the syntheses of this is really interesting. As the diversity of plants goes up, and that's all they're manipulating is the diversity of plants goes up, the diversity of all of the organisms in the soil goes up, and the diversity of all of the organisms above ground goes up. All of the kinds of organisms, birds, mammals, pollinators, you name it, with one exception. Any guess what the exception is? No, good one though. I think it's all the same humans, but it's invasive species. The more diversity of these plants there were, the fewer invasives got in there. So there's this sort of interlocking protection that happens when you have high diversity of plants. So very cool. I want to go back and say one thing. When ecologists and botanists talk about diversity, one of the ways we initially historically called that was species richness. Species richness. That's a historic term. It's still used. And it just tells you that we had this innate sense that this diversity is of value. It's It's a beautiful thing that we're inheriting that conveys wealth, richness to us, okay? So it's something we just get. Okay, and on the other hand, welcome to the Anthropocene. We're pumping CO2 and methane into the atmosphere. Things are getting warmer. It kind of sucks, but here we are. These are just some graphs from the Oregon area where I live, but you've seen these before. The top graph shows you that temperatures have gone up and are going up more. And if there's one thing we know, that these figures are already out of date, that they're actually going up faster. And then in Oregon, it looks like the precipitation is going to stay about the same. There might be some seasonal differences in snow. And so it's easy to be complacent a little bit and think, oh, okay, it's going to be just as wet. That's cool. Well, at least we'll have wet. The problem is when it's warmer, even if you have the same amount of moisture, it's drier because that moisture is being pulled out of the soil and into the atmosphere and not available to plants' roots. That's what's really the bummer. Okay, so what's going on with climate change? I'm probably going to talk too long, so I'll stop whenever that bell goes off. So some effects of climate change on plants. Well, there's a loss of biological diversity, loss of species richness. There's a study in the Klamath Siskiyous a few years ago where some folks went back to plots that had been established around 1950, and they resampled those same places. These were plots that were put out by, I can't remember his name, one of the more famous ecologists. Anyway, what they found was about 70 to 80% reduction in species richness in these same plots. What? And the pattern of that loss was mostly species that had their distributions more further to the north. So they're getting trimmed out. This is a climate change signal. As it warms up, these species that are northern species can't make it in the south. So the trailing end of their range starts moving north. And also, it was on north slopes, there were starting to be more south slope species. So some of these southern warmer things, Mediterranean species, are becoming more abundant. But overall, a huge loss. Phenology, or changes in flowering time and other things like germination time, et cetera. Here's an example with California poppy. There's a several day, maybe a 3 or 4 day increase or earlier blooming with every degree of warming that's happening in California poppies overall. But it's more in areas that have been historically cool. Those places, the poppies are advancing their phenology, their flowering time faster. And in hot areas, not so much because they're already acclimated to that heat. So there's some nuance to this. It's not just it's getting warmer, things are blooming earlier. Things bloom earlier under certain circumstances and less so on others. It's complicated. And there's been a whole bunch of papers that look at this the same way. You look at old herbarium specimens and recent herbarium specimens and track when they were collected and when things were flowering on them. And one in the Pacific Northwest showed the same thing. They looked at 19 different species and very much the same pattern. Plants in cooler, more coastal areas are advancing their flowering much more quickly than plants east of the Cascades in hotter, drier areas. So yeah, it's happening. It's happening now. It's already happened. This isn't a forecast. This is a backcast to what's already occurred. Other species like this rosy checker mallow, Sidalcia virgata, was part of a study where some folks in Oregon and Washington they actually seeded grasslands and then manipulated the temperatures and the precipitation to mimic climate change. And what they found was some species started to die out when they increased temperature and reduced moisture. And some genotypes, when moved north, did fine when they warmed up the climate. So it's not just the species, sometimes it's the genes in the species that are responding or causing the plants to respond in different ways. Trees, oh my God, the stories of trees are crazy. Trees are succumbing to drought, and when they're stressed, they're succumbing to pathogens like beetles and diseases. And this was a study by Monteleon and Lintz in PLOS One, and what they found was they looked at 14,000 forest plots across the Pacific Northwest and found that some tree species, about 30 tree species, were unable to reproduce in the environment where the standing trees were now. There was a difference in temperature tolerance between adults and seedlings. And that means that some of these tree populations, they're not reproducing anymore in their location because of climate warming. What do you do about that? Well, let's talk about that in a minute. This is an orchid that I've worked on. We resurveyed sites that had been found on public land across California and Oregon, and we found that about 50% of the populations that had been recorded were no longer present. They're gone, 50%, 55%. And that was in part correlated with elevation. The predominant loss was at lower elevations, suggesting that it's the trailing edge. Things are moving uphill. It didn't appear, though, that they're moving uphill. There's not a lot of upward expansion. They're just getting narrowed. And so we're seeing lots and lots of extinction of populations. In this species, we did a demographic study, and we found that climate change is probably going to start pushing this population down of this species. This is Green's Mariposa lily. It's in Oregon and California. But that issue is worse in managed landscapes that include grazing by animals. So the effects of climate change on plants depends on how we manage the land. If we're stressing that land and there's climate change, the land is less able to be resilient. So we have opportunities to change management that will soften the effects of climate change. Okay, so where do we get our plants for habitat restoration in a changing climate? I'm going to have to kind of go quick here. Well, we know that local adaptation is important, but we also know that the climate is changing. So in this study, and this was brought up by someone else too, one of my fellow co-authors on this paper. Local adaptation is the rule in plants. This was a big review of common garden experiments. And we found that 95% of these studies showed that there was variation among populations of plants. Okay, well, that's normal. That's sort of the stuff of evolution. 86% of that variation was linked to the environment, and 75% was climate linked, suggesting that local adaptation is the rule, and plants are mostly adapting to climate. That is the main signal they're paying attention to. It's not the only one, of course, and we know that soils, local predators, local pathogens, local everything matters. But there's a measurable local advantage. When you plant things from various places together, the one that's from that location wins. This is old data. So this was a review of many older papers. And so local is important, but with climate change, local isn't local anymore, necessarily. So here's one of the things we do in my organization is we grow a lot of plants for seeds to do restoration. We use an approach called the composite mix, where we are collecting from a local region, but from many populations. So this is an example with Iris tenax, and there's the Willamette Valley ecoregion there. You can see all those little dots. They're all collection sites. So we pool those into one field, grow them. You can see our farm field here growing all this iris. And the iris is flourishing. All these plants are cross-pollinating with bumblebees. And so the progeny are all these seeds they're kind of hyper-diverse, right? Okay, so this is all local, though. This is not necessarily from a warmed climate. So what do we do about that? One of the things we're doing is using online tools like the seed lot selection tool to say, if we're working in the top area up there, where is our tomorrow climate today? So we can go there and get that genotype of the same species and add it to our mix. So this is called assisted gene flow or assisted gene transfer. And so what I'm advocating right now for is something called adaptive sourcing, where we do this thing with, we emphasize local adaptation, but we bring in genetic diversity by going to a lot of different populations. But we also want to bring in local populations that are experiencing very harsh conditions, dry conditions, maybe conditions of invasion by invasive species, so that those genotypes that are already tough on the landscape can be part of our seed mix. And then use those climate forecast tools to identify places where we could collect seeds that may have genes that are resilient to the climate change we are and will be facing, and stir those into the gene pool. It's not a replacement. This isn't a binary thing where you're saying, don't use local, use something else. It's help your local by stirring in a component. You know, what percentage that is, I think is up to a lot of debate, whether that's 1 to 5% or up to 20% or more. Some people have said 50-50. Some people have said use a model. Some people say, you know, if you're talking about many generations, just a few percent will do it. You may not have many generations, though, time to get this done. So it can be controversial. So I'm going to end there, but with a statement that we also need to incorporate human diversity back into this process. This isn't just one business that will save us by growing a lot of seeds. And what's emerging on our landscape is a grassroots movement to create seed partnerships throughout the country. These are a group of agencies and companies that all do restoration that need seeds, and they're pooling their resources to get the seeds they need produced, whether they're farming them themselves or contracting to farmers or whatever. Everybody's got a different model for how they're doing this. There are over 30 that we know of now, and I know this list is incomplete. So this is a really interesting social movement, as well as something that's really important for our ecosystem recovery. We have a website called the Native Seed Network on which this kind of thing will be coming soon. And we're also hosting the National Native Seed Conference in a few weeks in Tucson, if this kind of thing really works for you. Thanks for putting up with me talking a little long. Oh, we have time for one question. Yeah.
The adaptive sourcing, you said it's controversial for the percentages that you use, right?
Yeah.
What's your opinion? Maybe on like perennials, something like a grassland, like a cyclo or a milkweed?
I have to say that this is speculative at this time. But I would say we probably need to do something like between 10 and 20% mixing in. That's more than you need for long-term generations to work in beneficial genes. But because we're faced with rapid change and extreme environments, we don't want to have lots of plants die out and then new ones come in slowly. We need to tie the ground with native plants. So there's a really interesting paper from Brazil that came out recently by Silva et al. That actually attempts to model what the proportions should be of different types, local versus further away. And that's very interesting. And of course, what that says is this is nuanced and it depends. So, yeah. All right. Yeah, thank you.
Well, that gave us a lot to think about, didn't it? Thank you, Tom. All right. Our last speaker before a break and then the panel discussion is Genevieve Arnold, or Jenny, from the Theodore Payne Foundation, which is another powerhouse for native plants and habitats. I will always picture Jenny with her little collection of bottles and jars and things and seeds, and I think she just really loves all of this stuff, and that's going to come through, and she's the perfect person to finish off the topic with supporting regional biodiversity with locally sourced plants.
Okay, talk about a full day of tough acts to follow. I just want to start by thanking the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden for inviting Theodore Payne Foundation to share in this inspiring day and be amongst so many people who enact care for and commitment to the natural world, and who also appreciate seeds in their diverse and powerful beauty just as much as we do. And this image, I guess it's Lupin Appreciation Day, features lupin seed, and to me these seeds embody strength because of their very tough seed coats, which allow them to stay for long periods of time under the soil before receiving their germination cue. And then you can see at the bottom left, when the seeds are ripe, the seed pods twist and open to throw the seed. Established in 1960, Theodore Payne Foundation carries on the work of Theodore Payne, who made it his life's work to educate about and conserve the flora of California. And today, in addition to our diverse programs, Theodore Payne Foundation has 2 nurseries. Our Sun Valley site on the left there, which is 22 acres, and includes a seed and bookstore. And then our satellite location, Los Nogales Nursery, which is in partnership with the Audubon Center at Debs Park. And in the middle, you can see Theodore Payne's first native plant catalog, which was printed in 1906. So our seed and conservation program, in addition to maintaining our in-house regional conservation seed bank, our seed and conservation program partners with multiple organizations to contribute to conservation effort at both the state and regional levels. And at the core of our dedication to these efforts is our love for where we live. Southern California is a biodiversity hotspot. And this means that we share our home with a high number of endemic plant and animal species found nowhere else on Earth. So they are endemic. And California as a whole, as has been mentioned a couple times today, I think my number's slightly different, but has the most diverse plant life in the US. And 30% of all our plants are endemic, so it means they only naturally occur here. And over 2,400 are rare, threatened, or endangered. And honing in regionally, Southern California's unique east-west running transverse ranges, pictured in the map and the photo on the right, create a variety of microclimates that support exceptional biodiversity. And what a gift it is to live in such a biologically rich environment. Biodiversity hotspots cover only 2.5% of the Earth's surface, but support more than half the endemic species that are the basis of local ecosystems. And they also experience significant stress from human activities that cause habitat degradation, fragmentation, and loss. And this results in the loss of natural vegetation as well as reduced habitat connectivity. And also, it further opens that door to the dominance of invasive plants, such as in the left photo you can see mustard and fountain grass, which are both extremely flammable. Megadrought and increased fire frequency, especially in the wildland-urban interface, compound this threat to our regional biodiversity and to our rich biological diversity. So as a native plant-based organization, we asked ourselves the same question that you might be asking yourself, which is how can we help? And how can we help conserve and steward the exceptional, irreplaceable, and very threatened biodiversity in our region? And here I've included a quote that I feel is spot on, and that is that nurseries have a key role in conserving the gene pool of native plants. So as discussed in many of the talks today, native plants are the center of ecosystem function. And native gardens in general, native gardens and landscapes are plant powerhouses that can conserve water, support wildlife, thrive in heat and drought, and eradicate the need for pesticides and fertilizers. Not to mention, soothe the urban soul with their serenity and incomparable beauty. And the incorporation of locally sourced plants, the incorporation of locally sourced plants furthers the ecological value of these already impactful native gardens. And in making these plants available, locally sourced plants accessible and available for ecology-based urban landscapes, we practice conservation horticulture. And as community engages around this idea, we work collaboratively for outcomes wherein everyone can participate in conservation through the support of local habitats and ecosystem health. And as mentioned by Dr. Kay, ecosystem health directly impacts human health. So Theodore Payne's Local Source Initiative, which began in 2012, is a multifaceted urban conservation program, and it aims to help address the biodiversity crisis by making regionally adapted, climate-resilient native plants available to the public, as well as for use in large urban landscapes. And this is in tandem with conserving locally evolved and adapted seed through seed banking. And when you visit our nursery, you'll be able to identify a locally sourced plant by its purple tag that indicates the watershed from where it was sourced. And you can also see the locally sourced plants we have on our online store, where plants can be ordered for in-person pickup. So what is a locally sourced plant, and how does it integrate with the built environment? So we source our plants, our locally sourced plants, from watersheds within the Los Angeles County. And, sorry. So yes, as I mentioned, we do source our locally sourced plants from watersheds within Los Angeles County. And so that designation is what you'll see on the purple tag when you come to the nursery. So what is a locally sourced plant, and how does it integrate with the built environment? And a locally sourced plant is a local ecotype. And what that means is that it carries the traits of a plant population that is adapted specifically to the conditions of its local environment, such as soils, temperature, humidity, rainfall, geology, and so forth. So this plant is going to be locally adapted. It's going to be strong, resilient, and well equipped to establish here, as well as to a changing climate. So locally sourced plants in the urban landscape can help bridge fragmented habitats at both the species and genetic levels by extending the range of these ecotypes from natural areas into neighboring built areas. And this might be plants sourced from large, more pristine natural adjacent areas, or even from habitat islands in the urban core, which consist of remnant plant assemblages that were once connected but are now islands surrounded by urban development. And this image illustrates the concept. You can see the habitat island of what the locals call Debs Park there in the middle. And so if you will, visualize with me. The seed from a naturally occurring plant in Debs Park is carefully collected and cultivated into a new plant. And that next generation plant carries the adaptive traits of the parent plant. And that plant is then in turn outplanted in a created landscape in that adjacent area. So then you can see how that fragmented habitat is being connected. And as the plant grows and thrives and supports the life cycle of pollinators, it's like the thread and needle that connect the patchwork. And here I'm going to quote from an article co-written by Peggy Olwell. And the quote is, "Locally adapted seeds reflect the evolutionary and adaptive capability of plants in an area." And Peggy, I'd just like to take a moment to note that I've not only referred to your work for my own learning, but quoted you on more than one occasion for project proposals. So your contributions fan through the watershed of seed community in more ways than you might know. So thank you. So it is thought that local pollinators may exhibit preference not only for a native plant species, but for locally occurring plant populations of that species as well. So locally sourced plants provide habitat connectivity for the wildlife that rely upon them for survival. So as discussed in the previous talk, a high-functioning, ecology-driven landscape will contain diverse types of plants, and depending on the space, that could mean annual wildflowers, shrubs, trees, grasses. And I just want to note here, we're not necessarily only talking about large, expansive garden spaces or public landscapes, but we're including pocket parks, pocket landscapes. Definitely those smaller urban patches are part of this discussion. So for methods, we collect seeds from multiple localities, always utilizing ethical collection protocols and the do no harm ethic at the forefront, the do no harm ethos at the forefront of our ethical collections. And we also collect seed from as many individual plants as possible within a given population in order to capture that genetic diversity that makes that wild population so robust. And this is just a little story about collecting seeds of the common sunflower. And here you can see that we're collecting the seeds from a habitat island, the middle photo, in northeast Los Angeles. So at the time of collection, we take comprehensive field data, photos, the coordinates, the associated plant species. We even record the invasive species that we're noticing with it, and so forth, in hopes that that data, maybe sometime in the future, might come in handy to contribute to research about this type of work, and also so that we can carry that data with the seed collection from collection in the field through processing to storage in our seed bank. And at the bottom right, you can see Ella Anderson, Theodore Payne Foundation's botanical technician, winnowing the chaff from the seed in our seed blower. And then at the upper right, you have the resulting achenes. And an achene is a small, dry, one-seeded fruit. And one more, just to give you another taste of what it's like to make these locally sourced collections in the field. So this is lemonade berry, and we'll start at the top left. And so we start by scouting local plant populations of a given species. And then we go back and monitor for seed ripeness. And when it's deemed that the seeds are ready to collect, we collect the seed carefully, take the field data, and then that fourth photo, we take it back to the foundation where we begin to process the seed. And there you can see lemonade berry soaking because it does have a thick, leathery seed coat. And then we macerate it by pulsing it in a blender, which just means breaking up the fruit coat, and then lay the seeds out to dry. From there, a portion of the seed has been placed into cold stratification. And then it's going to be sown and propagated and cultivated as a locally sourced plant. And with another portion of the seed, that next photo, we put it through the pipeline to place it. We curate it, we curate the data into our conservation seed bank. And I do feel that conservation seed banking of common species is very important. We don't know what's going to happen in the future. We don't know what's going to happen with fires, things like that. And so what we try to do is represent a species from as many populations as possible in the region to help keep that genetic diversity and keep that genetic lineage preserved. And then from there, the locally sourced lemonade berry goes into our sales yard. And that's an image of our plant placards that will tell what type of environment it comes from in nature, light needs, water needs, and also what kind of animals utilize that plant for their habitat. And then, of course, last but not least, your garden here. The locally sourced plant is planted out in the urban environment and getting a big thank you from local wildlife who rely on it for their survival. And here I'd like to introduce you to the LA Native Plant Source, and this is an urban garden space that has been featured on Theodore Payne Foundation's garden tour. And I'm going to let Bruce's words regarding his connection to the space do the talking here. And he says that the vast majority of plants that I've planted are local to this area. A lot of our wildlife needs certain plants with which they've co-evolved to survive. By planting these plants, we are helping to lift this beleaguered planet out of crisis. This is an expression of support for the idea of biodiversity. Well, my heart would be aching if I went raceme through this without a pause for sycamore phenology, brought to you by seeds. So a sycamore is a majestic tree that occurs in waterways and floodplains, and each tree has both male and female flower clusters on one tree, and the flower clusters are called racemes. The female flower clusters are red, and the male flower clusters are a chartreuse or green. And pollen is wind carried from the male raceme to the female raceme, and then that green raceme drops off the tree. And over time, that remaining raceme forms these spherical seed clusters. And each individual seed in that cluster is an achene, which again is a small, dry, one-seeded fruit. And then over time, that raceme dries down and eventually drops off the tree, and the seed sphere starts breaking down. And you can see in the image on the right that the achenes have little bits of fluff on them that aid in being carried by the wind or the water. So, it seems like a couple slides were missing. That's okay. Resilience and diversity, pieces of the puzzle. Nature addresses challenges through diversity. So our local source initiative and regional seed bank mirror this template through integrated methods designed to meet the goals of supporting regional biodiversity through seed conservation and propagation, locally sourced plants, knowledge sharing, and community collaboration. So to start with partnerships and collaboration, Seed LA is a collaboration of representatives from several Los Angeles-based organizations, and our mission is to increase the availability of locally adapted native seeds to conserve and enhance the ecological diversity of the greater Los Angeles area. And our work was developed from the Native Seed Resources Coalition, which formed a long time ago in 2012. And today, we're thrilled to be working with the Nature Conservancy and California State Parks on the Bowtie Demonstration Project. And this project aims to create vital habitat, improve water quality, increase public access to open spaces and the LA River. And Seed LA, as a collaborative group, is going to provide thousands of locally sourced plants for this project, as well as store seed for future large-scale projects in the region. and another seed story. This is southern black walnut, and you can see on the left, there we are on a habitat island scouting the walnut trees, and then assessing the population for collection, taking our field data, processing the seeds. There's an outer husk to remove, and then once the seeds are clean, carefully sowing them, and then there is the beautiful walnut seedling on the right, and that little tree will be destined for a full life on the banks of the Los Angeles River. Our local source initiative facilitated our white sage project. And this was about conserving the seed of white sage, which is under widespread threat from poaching as well as urban development. And in partnership with regional indigenous organizations and tribal entities, we were able to seed bank the seed and then share out white sage plants as deemed beneficial within these indigenous communities. So here we are. Theodore Payne Foundation, we grow about 100,000 plants a year. And to date, since 2016, we have put 23,154 locally sourced plants out our nursery gates. And I'm going to talk about some statistics here, and they're based on LA City and LA County, but I feel like the template for this program and for this topic can be applied to many urban areas around the world. So I'll start by saying that LA County, as mentioned by Naomi, is the most populous in the world at almost 10 million residents. And in LA County, nearly $100 million a year are spent on landscape plants. So that's a staggering demand. And now I'll hop to LA City. Over half the land in the city of LA is either residential, commercial, or public park spaces. So there's a staggering demand for the landscape plants in our region, and there's a lot of room to grow. So let's recenter that demand around conservation horticulture. Native plants, locally sourced plants, and ecology-forward gardens and landscapes. Third, research partnerships, landscape mapping, and formalized garden trials. And a lot of these talks today were very exciting to me for potential in this context because getting more data about the function of locally sourced plants in urban areas will not only deepen our understanding of how they work, but also help us spread the message effectively. So looking forward to future collaborations on that count. And seed regeneration and bulking, as discussed by multiple speakers today, of course, is going to be, need to be robust and is imperative, and also aligns with the National Native Seed Strategy. And last but not least, dedicated and persistent seed conservation. So seed conservation is one of the most intricate, time-consuming, and often challenging things that I've ever undertaken in my life. But it's also by far one of the most rewarding. And I intend to persist. I intend to persist and keep doing this. And I, along with all of you, intend to persist. And so when we all disperse today from this auditorium, I hope that we'll think about our own individual strengths and our own areas of dedication that are pieces of the puzzle in preserving our precious biodiversity. And that's that.
Thank you so much, Jenny.
Thank you.
Yeah, awesome. Let's just give another round of applause for all of our awesome speakers today. So I just kind of want to sum up you know, the day. We're going into a break, and then we're going to have a panel discussion, like I said, where we just kind of bring it all together and really think about next steps. And, you know, we started with Peggy talking about this immense need for seed that we're nowhere near meeting, but all of the really impressive efforts towards developing those seed. And then we heard about, like, what does that look like on the ground with the botanic gardens that are helping with this work, from California Botanic Garden and the Seeds of Success program and rare plant conservation programs. Right? And then we came back from lunch and we got into some nuances of how important that local genetics is. And then, you know, Tom talked about climate change and how, you know, that's adding another wrinkle into how we plan and do this work. And Antonio talked about how hard it is to grow these plants and to do it right and to do it well. And then Jenny took us home just talking about some of these regional partnerships and all the pieces of the puzzle. So I guess, you know, I hope that we can kind of make a mental list of, like, okay, yes, check, we know biodiversity is important. We need native seed. It should be local. What are the challenges? We have kind of a lot of challenges. Like, one out of the gate that, you know, I hadn't thought about recently was just, like, not enough botanists in these programs, like not enough of you doing this work, right? All of the technical challenges, all of the political challenges, and so many challenges. Let's kind of make a list of those and then say, okay, what can we do about it? And that's what the panel discussion is about. So I'll stop there and hope to see you back here in about 10 minutes, I think. Remind me, Sven, what time the... Okay, 10 past 3. One more plea to fuel this panel discussion. We need questions. So please stop and think for a second. Think over all of the talks and think about those big level questions. What we want is to leave feeling like, okay, I know what I'm going to do. I know how I can help. All right. Thank you. Okay, everybody, welcome back. This is the last phase of our annual Conservation Symposium focusing on seeds. And here's our delightful panel of speakers ready to answer your questions, which we have carefully collated. And here's the first one. How do you thread the needle of mixing genetics from different populations to assist with plant migration and retaining novel genetics of those populations? Threading the needle.
Okay, I'll give this a shot. So coming at this not necessarily from plants, but from just organisms in general, there's some research that suggests that you want to have a little bit, but not a ton when you're mixing in from another population. And the cutoff is usually somewhere between 10 and 20%. And if you go above that, then you might have a problem where you're swamping the local genetics with the new individuals that you're bringing in. So that's kind of a rule of thumb that's come out of a lot of different studies of different organisms, not only just plants.
I kind of want to add something to that, and that is that we were trying to, I mean, the data isn't there for us to really know what it is that we're doing for every species out there. And so ideally, you'd want to have, you know, the research behind it that kind of can help you with that for every species. But it takes a lot of money to do that, and it takes a lot of time, and we don't have either. And so it puts us, so I guess I would say we do it very carefully, and we try and find out on each species, you know, if there's been anything done on it, and genetically. I'm thinking of empirical seed transfer zones, which that's what takes a long time to develop, versus what we're calling provisional, which is just, you know, let's look at the temperature and the precipitation of where these things are, and then, you know, guess. We're guessing with a lot of things right now.
I'll add one piece, which is if there's also research that shows that if you're going to add genetics from another population is as a form of like genetic rescue, because the local population is depleted, then the genetic diversity in what you're adding matters. So highly diverse inoculation of genes is better than a low diversity to basically spread greater diversity into the gene pool. It's intuitive, but it does seem to make greater viability of the populations that result.
Nice. Good answers, y'all. Thank you. This one's for all speakers. What do you hope that early career botanists and the next generation bring to conservation work?
Stick-to-itiveness.
Yeah. I think, so when I started out, the main thing I had that carried me through was just like pure passion and interest. And I think that is like the little nugget that everything else can build on, is just being ready to be a sponge and just I kind of like just blindly followed all the botanists and just said, tell me what to do and I'll do it. And I don't know, it worked for me. So, but I think that, yeah, passion can take you a lot of places, and just having that excitement and building that love for native plants.
I see that across y'all, all that passion. It's awesome. Who's next?
I hope that people have fun with it. And I hope they don't get mad at what we did, right? Because we made a lot of mistakes. And yeah, don't hold what, you know, we didn't mean to make the mistakes. And we didn't, we're just trying our best.
Sure.
I'll throw out, bring new ideas. And all ideas are welcome. Bring different cultural perspectives, meld them into what we do. We've had a pretty strong tradition of Western science,
that could benefit from different ways of looking at the world. And I think we will be stronger the more eclectic our view becomes. So bring your whole selves.
Yeah, I would add energy for communication and advocacy, because we have to get as many people on board here as we can to get really these are local problems, but they're global problems, and we need major buy-in, not just from individuals, but from the entities to which we all kind of report, I suppose. And so we really need to get large-scale institutional buy-in so that this is just the norm when people are running for government or school boards or whatever, that caring about the planet is the default. And so I hope that we can continue to inject that energy into our communities.
Anything else to add? We can move on. What, if any, concerns do you have with for-profit growers?
I don't have any problem with anyone that's interested in growing what we need. If they're willing to work with us, talk with us, we're open for business. You know,
I mean, whether for-profit or not-for-profit, I think being mission-driven is what's important. And I think so long as the company, the organization, no matter their particular business model, if they have biodiversity in mind, first and foremost, I think that's important. And I guess nonprofits have a governing board and a mission and this sorts of things, and so that maybe instills more public trust. But I don't have any specific issues with any specific companies, but I would say being transparent and ensuring that you are not driven by the profit but by the work would go a long way to instilling trust.
Yeah, I guess maybe I'll go further and say we absolutely need for-profit companies to grow seeds. The need for seed is so great that we can't be choosy about the business model. Of course, we want to work with groups that have integrity. I mean, I wouldn't want to work with a nonprofit that lacked integrity. So it's not about what your business model is. It's about bringing the ability to do quality work. And if they can do it at huge volume, then bring it on.
and the seeds will tell us if they're not good, because they won't grow. And then you don't do business with that company next time, so their ability to give us good seed is ensured by what grows through this. And that's another part of infrastructure. We don't buy seed unless it's been tested and it's weed free and they say it's source identified. Then usually the state seed lab will test that and go make sure that that's where they got it from. So there are assurances out there that these seed companies have to abide by when the government's buying it. I don't know what other entities have, but.
All right, thank you all. What are the major barriers to connecting the millions of people in the LA metropolitan area to native plants?
I can have a try at that one. I think that when I mentioned kind of recentering community engagement around this conservation horticulture idea, I think I've noticed local nurseries, for example, in LA, independent nurseries are starting to carry more natives or native seeds. I think if, going back to the for-profit, if some of the so-called big box places started, tapping into that a little more, that would help. And that's not to say that they would dominate the business for small nurseries or nonprofit nurseries, but that they would bring it to the public a little more for those folks who, for all those 10 million people who buy all those landscape plants. Well, if they're headed down to the big box store on the weekend, maybe that's the first time they see a black sage plant. And so I think that that would be a great place to start if we could get some of the folks at these types of companies to get interested in that.
Yeah, and I just kind of want to expand on what Jenny said, because what that is, it's a means of access to just even knowing that native plants exist. So I grew up in urban Los Angeles County, and I knew 0 native plants until I was in college, like literally like 0. I didn't know what a buckwheat was, I didn't know what a monkey flower was, but I knew what a petunia was, and I knew what a marigold was. And so having those plants readily available, having them in public landscapes so that you know what a geranium is, but you also know what a monkey flower is, and you know that these are plants that are indigenous to this landscape, that have that don't have these intensive water. I just thought all plants needed to be watered like all the time. Like I couldn't even fathom that there are plants that can survive off the rain that falls from the sky. And so to be so decoupled from the place from where you live is, it's like it's a big disservice to the whole population. So just bringing it into those very public spaces is so important, because not everyone has a membership to the California Botanic Garden or the Santa Barbara Botanic Garden. I didn't go to the Angeles National Forest. I didn't go to the beach that had, I went to the beach that was just like sand. I didn't go to the beach that had, Calistegia or like various native plants, like, Abronium marittima or whatever. So it's just making it so that it's actually physically a part of the landscape that everyone can touch. I think it's so important.
Yeah, of course, please.
I think, I'm lucky enough, I get to give free classes twice a month in Northeast LA. They're free propagation classes, so we give out seed and cuttings, and they're 2 hours long, and we've been doing that for 1.5 years now. And I think just being consistent, and I remember the first Native Plant Society meeting I went to, right? I remember the first time that I came down to the museum in Santa Barbara when Jan Timber released her book on Chumash ethnobotany. I think whether 2 people or 100 people show up, like just being consistent with your work, and just that people can find it. They might not make it that Tuesday, right? Maybe their house might have burned down, but maybe in a year they're gonna come. And I know like Naomi's work with like the summer internships, like that. I don't know if you guys still have them, but I mean, so many amazing people have come out of that. A few mediocre, but to keep those things going, right? To keep like, and I think we messed up because we didn't keep that Native Food Symposium going. There's so much desire for that, but to keep doing what you're doing, just knowing that someone, you never know who's going to show up and whose life you could change. When they're going to be ready to accept that.
Yeah, it takes time to build a community.
Yeah, the first time we had the reason I brought the classes up is the first time we had them, we had like 5 or 10 people there. We're doing one tomorrow. We have 80 people registered. Wow. And like people, like, I don't know where I'm going to get all those cuttings. I'm going to visit the garden right now. Verbena Delamina all day long. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Nice.
Can I tag one thing onto what Naomi said, which was very insightful? And I wanted to add that interpretive materials at those public spaces are going to be important. So, maybe cultivating folks who like to donate money to things, hey, this is going to help further this cause. And that, can go hand in hand with Antonio's great point about consistency and available activities that are free and accessible, is having that interpretive material to accompany the native plants.
So I want to add something to that, because your taxpayer dollars are at work, and so, federal government agencies do a lot of interpretation of a lot of different things, and we've definitely got native plants which is, you know, like a junior ranger. That's our version of that. But it's in English and it's in Spanish, which is perfect for Southern California. There's also things that, I mean, just go online or go to your local federal government agency, because there is free material out there for you. And I brought some of it, and I don't know if it's at the garden or where it is, but you know, there is material out there that you can use. You can get free of charge, give it to the students. I mean, you can contact me if you've got, I don't know what, oh, wait. We also paid for a high school curriculum on native plants, done by the Institute for Applied Ecology. And yeah, Project Botany.
I don't know how to work.
Sorry, here, go.
Oh, it's called Project Botany, yeah. Finally got the mic to work. You can acquire it online. You can even download it for free if you want, or buy a copy.
Nice. Yeah, Naomi and Antonio.
No, I had a very insightful experience last year. So every year I go back to my high school. La Puente High School, what's up? Anyone here? All right. So I go to my high school each year to talk on career day, and I'm like I'm the scientist. It's really fun. And you know, it's really important for me to do that, to remember what it's like to not know. And I asked the class if they'd ever heard of the word super bloom. I thought because it's in the news.
Yeah.
Nobody.
Oh.
Nobody never heard the word super bloom. I'm sorry, I get a little emotional because it just reminds me that it's so important to recognize that barrier to access. That if you're not reading the New York Times or the LA Times, you're not going to the zoos, you're not going to the botanic gardens. Your world is the urban environment, where from school, from home to school, or whatever. Like, some of these things don't reach you, and you know, Title I schools are probably not going to incorporate, you know, a botany curriculum into this. They're just not. And so that's why, yeah, I don't know, just like having it become permeable and just such a part of the environment is so important, that people are walking down the street and like can literally touch a white sage. And you know, it becomes, to be able to smell a white sage, to be able to have it become a part of your home environment is, you know, it builds those memories. And so there should be white sage on all the streets. Why do we not have it? But, you know, so maybe it's like also talking to cities and figuring out how maybe I as a professional can go, you know, La Puente, okay, there is a mural now in La Puente that has like native plants in it. I need to go visit this mural. It's this incredible artist who I follow online, and, you know, they do incredible work. But it's like public art projects or these sorts of things, and parks that can incorporate native plants that I think will really seep into people's lives in a tangible way.
Good point, Naomi, and thanks for doing that. This is related. This next one is for Jenny. If a person or organization wanted to replicate the Theodore Payne Foundation's local seed initiative in their own community, where would you recommend they start? First steps, especially.
Great question, because I suppose that would be a good goal, is to have locally sourced plants, you know, available more regionally specific. And, you know, the first thing that I did was I started building relationships. I reached out to civic people in civic offices. I picked up the phone. I said, hey, you know, this is what we're thinking about. What do you think? Is there someone you could refer me to? To just start from square one. There's definitely no, you know, magical way to make it all happen, but I think that building the relationships that are going to be the foundation of enabling you to do that work, and it kind of feeds into, you know, what you were saying, Naomi, about having people say, oh, locally sourced plants, that's interesting. Let me talk to my colleague or my supervisor, and kind of, because you're right, a lot of people haven't even considered that. So I don't know if that's a very helpful answer, but I think it's a square one to start. And then I would also say to know and again love your area. Understand what the natural areas are or the remnant, plant assemblages are in your area. Get out there, walk around. Know if there are native gardens in your area. Look around, drive around. Ooh, a native garden, interesting. That block only has one. Just kind of being aware and being on the ground of what's around you in both of those contexts can help build out, what might be, what might be feasible to build. But I think that I'm glad someone asked that because I think it's a wonderful goal.
Yeah, please. Do you want to come speak into the microphone? Yeah.
So I can speak because I did it. And hi. I started at the farmer's market. I started with a little hoop house with PVC pipes, and I built some tables, and I went to the farmer's market. And so you instantly have a community. It's already there. And it's a community of people who want to support local projects and local initiatives. And it's just a great way. You don't have to, suddenly have a successful business. You can do like one market in your local, wherever you are. And just start planting seeds. And
nice. Great point. Thank you.
Denise, can I answer that?
Yeah, please.
No, go ahead. Were you gonna? Yeah. What was the question? What?
Starting a local seed initiative.
Oh, yeah. Man, we used to have a native plant nursery in Ventura, Nopalito, me and my cousin and a real good friend, and we focused on native plants. And my grandma, rest in peace, I love my grandma, in El Rio and Oxnard, we could never get her to plant native plants.
Yeah.
Rosales, like roses, grass, and this is kind of weird. This Monday for El Rio, me and my cousin are going to get together and we're going to form an El Rio plant palette. We're working with this nonprofit that's kind of clean up the graffiti and planting native plants in the neighborhood. And the plant palette's going to be half non-native because we have to work with my people, our people, and sometimes we're used to what we're used to. So we have this rule that it's not going to be anything invasive, everything low water that's going to be non-native, but to always be a push or a focus on native plants, but to be willing to work with, a lot of us want 100% native, to be willing to work with your people, right? The 18 million people that,
Yep.
Yeah.
That's a good point. All right, well.
Can I add one thing else? Because I was going to mention it in my talk, but you reminded me of it because I think, we do need to think outside the box. And we don't need to think like you're going to just have a business. But if all of us thought about the farm to table scenario that they've done for food, it's local, it's grown local, it goes local, you're eating local. I think that you could have something like that in terms of if you want to model. Let's look at what USDA did for farm to table and see if we can do that on a national level. But you don't have to do it on a national level, you do it on your local level. So I was going to go look into that with USDA when I retire.
All right, switching gears a little bit, this one's for Antonio. From your perspective, how much of the responsibility for preventing the introduction of non-native plants should fall on the horticulture trade?
Is there another? Is there another Antonio on this? God.
You can pass it to a friend.
We live in this my boy, he's 12, and we have these arguments about socialism and capitalism and all that. We got to pay rent. And can you blame someone for finding a way to make money? and not knowing it's a beautiful plant. And back where I come from, and maybe from Mexico, or from Canada, Brazil, wherever, and like, this plant grows beautiful, I'm going to introduce it here. That's so hard, Denise. That's a rough question. I think where we can take responsibility is where, if we know maybe that genus, maybe a plant similar to this, once we know, then I think we should be responsible. There's a lot of big box stores that rhyme with maybe Gnome Depot or Rose, that they know what's invasive. We know, right? And if they don't, then it's being slightly ignorant. Those should be held accountable. But there's stuff like a new plant that I can't blame people for trying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's hard.
I can blame
I want to
people.
throw in. Oh,
Oh,
go
sorry.
ahead, Naomi.
I mean, there's like commercial endeavors, right, to bring in non-native plants, but there's also been whole government projects that have introduced non-native species into ecosystems. Spanish broom. You know, I live. Yeah, if the Forest Service, like, if you go up on our Forest Service lands, you will see all the roads lined beautiful golden with Spanish broom. And these were planted as part of like beautification projects. And so there has been a history in California of rejecting the native diversity in favor of these non-native plants for quote unquote beautification projects. And one of my local parks, which is a county park, like, they did a whole planning project to like put in eucalyptus, and like, you know, these are like government dollars spent to like eradicate native plants in favor of non-native plants. And yeah, so like, I guess there's like the combined sort of commercial endeavors combined with unfortunate poor decisions on behalf of governments that were poorly thought out and have led to rapid degradation of habitats. Sorry.
So maybe we in the general public can hold folks accountable and help educate and maybe, you know, stop that kind of practice. Anybody else? All right, this is a long one. Ready? Often, extant populations are located on public lands managed by agencies that have written policies restricting them from sharing seeds with others, especially for-profit companies. In light of these policy constraints, how can seed partnerships encourage and facilitate wider sharing of and access to seeds? Thank you, Matthew Major Online.
The government people that's up here, so I guess I'll answer. Yeah. There are permits, so you have to get a permit. You can get a commercial permit if you're a commercial entity. If you're a researcher, you get a research permit. And every agency's different. So if you're looking for something on Park Service lands, that might be very different. Their permitting system is going to be very different than Bureau of Land Management or Forest Service or, you know, some of the more multiple use agencies other than recreation for Park Service. But there are ways to get the seeds. You just need to go in and ask what the permit is for that agency. Mm-hmm. So go online.
Nice.
In my experience, some of this comes down to the individuals you're working with at the agencies and how they interpret policy. And that changes with changes in staff, and that makes it inconsistent. When we work with state agencies that own state land and we ask for a permit to collect seeds, to get the seeds in production, sometimes they say yes, and then and sometimes they reverse that as people change. So that's very frustrating. And I think it has to do with building relationships with the people you work with and bringing in all the right stakeholders and the right levels of decision makers in the organization you're working with.
Okay, this one's for Naomi and Heather. What seeds are on the top of your seed wish list out of the 71/2 left?
So it gets harder and harder. As you chip away, you get like the low-hanging fruit, and then the 71 are like the hardest seeds to bank. And some of them, the populations are really small. So for instance, Bocara yorkii, which is a narrow endemic in Death Valley National Park, like the populations are like 2. There's like 2 individuals in the population. And it's like, how do you seed bank that? But on my wish list is the Amargosa nidowort, which we consider an exceptional species because that's basically saying it's a very difficult and it doesn't want to produce any seed. And so that's on my major wish list because I would love to have seed collected for that species because we'd love to do a restoration to support that species, but it's not telling us its secrets.
Yeah, I think that when you do this long enough, you have like some white whales that you've been trying to get for a long time. I don't know if Sean is still here, but yeah, we have a small mustard. I apologize for my lack of knowledge of common names. It's a little Draba incrusata that grows in the Sweetwater Mountains right at the California-Nevada border. You have to do some really rugged off-roading to get there, and we did, and we found it, and all the seeds had already dropped, and that was just like a heartache. And then we had, you know, years of extreme rain that made it impossible to get back there, and then years of drought when you're like, it's not going to be up in a way I can collect it. So we're hoping that this is our year. They've had sort of medium rain in the Eastern Sierra. We'll see how it goes. But if we're thinking about things that are sort of like maybe impossible, I would like to see a future where the island barberry is making seeds in the wild, because that's another one where right now there are, you know, about 10 genetic individuals in the whole world. They don't make seed. All the recovery work we're trying to do is with cuttings. And I would love to see a future where our work is successful such that we have wild produced seeds to collect, and that would feel like a really big win to me.
Cool. Yeah. Please, yeah, Carol. So the question was, in that case, when you're doing vegetative propagation, are you considering tissue culture?
Yes. So we started out just trying to do traditional propagation by cuttings and had a lot of challenges to that. And as of about 24 hours ago, finally have a signed contract on a project that many of my island partners and I have been thinking about for like a decade. And we're going to work with the Huntington Garden to do tissue culture for this species. And we're really hoping that this helps get us over that hump of really making a difference for this plant. So yeah, tissue culture is an excellent tool that we're excited to try to develop for this species.
Okay, this one's for Peggy. You mentioned the importance of genetically appropriate seeds. Do you see a need for our definition of native plants to change to encompass locally adapted, to only encompass locally adapted plants? Oh, wow.
Are you asking if we would only use what's changing again? I'm not sure I understood the question.
Yeah, so do you see a need for our definition of native plants to change to only encompass locally adapted plants?
Oh, okay.
Denise, it's 3:45.
Thank
you. Oh, I don't have to answer?
No, we have 5 minutes left.
No, I think that we don't have enough right now of those locally source identified plants. I don't know that we would ever get to the point where we were only using locally adapted because we don't have them. We're having fires, then we are having floods, because if you don't put anything down afterwards, you're going to end up with mudslides and you know, people losing their houses, like what's been happening in North Carolina and other places. So unless we really get on top of this and we all partner together and we can really build this, you know, wealth of native locally sourced seed, I think we need to always have the provenance of where the seed came from when we're using it, but I don't know that we're always going to be that lucky to have it. And until we do, I mean, our policy says that we will use natives, and it says locally adapted or locally genetically appropriate, but that's with a big caveat that if it's not available, we'll use a cultivar or something else. So.
Thank you. Let's have another group. Okay, so this is a fun one for all speakers. What's your favorite term or vocabulary word related to seed structure? Did you just say rabbit hole?
Radical.
Oh, radical. Nice. Do you want to describe what that is? All right, rapid fire.
Well, Antonio has a joke about something about a seed playing baseball. And I remember he told me this joke, and he was like, look at that scientific term I threw in. So maybe you could tell that joke.
He's gonna embarrass you.
What was it? Oh, yeah, the seed is, this is a long joke. This is a 2023 season of the LA Dodgers. They were playing the Anaheim Angels, and there was a seed on first base, and he got thrown out because he got caught a lead-in? Is that what that's bad. Oh, man.
It wasn't a good joke, but then Antonio was like, caught a lead-in. Like, I got those scientific terms.
I've got a word. It's the funiculus. It sounds like some evil demon. It's not. It's the seed's umbilical cord. It's what attaches the seed to the placenta in the fruit, or the ovary. Sorry, botanist.
I'm at a disadvantage not being a botanist. I like the wings on the seeds, but I don't know if they have a special term.
Some do. Some are just called wings.
Wings.
Okay, so we have just a couple minutes left, and I'm going to end with this bigger question. That was fun. Do you feel like there needs to be a shift in the efforts towards protecting whole networks of native species versus individual species? And how might conservation make adjustments? Are there any success stories that come to mind? So that's big.
Well, sure. When we're doing restoration, we're restoring prairies that have many species from the same prairies in them, so they look like that. And this gets at sort of the whole schools of thought in ecology of do communities, are they sort of like organisms that travel together, all these species, or is it just a new assemblage of species wherever you go? And mostly it's the latter in reality. But you get consistency because the habitats support the same kinds of species. So what should we be doing when we're doing restoration? And I think we do kind of a little of both. We try to represent the entire community, but we also recognize that some habitats or some soil types aren't going to actually be able to support every species, and that there are other species we need to bring in. Maybe it's a little drier. But we also want to be thinking of the entire, say, pollinator community, and how are the species we're planting, the diversity, going to help the diversity of pollinators out there. And so we've been doing a lot of research to look at what are the pollinator networks, what pollinators go with which plants, and if we want this plant to get pollinated, what other plant species do we need to pollinate or to have out there, so the whole pollinator community is supported. So this is it's complicated. It's ecology, and there's a lot of moving parts. And so I think I'll say it again. I think in practice we do a little of both. We try to go for the whole community, but we have to be flexible about that.
Yeah, I think to me the answer is unequivocally yes. We need to protect whole communities. I think that as someone who focuses on rare plants and is largely funded by grants and contracts, there's a real disconnect between what you're able to get funding for versus what you think the system actually needs. But I think in the case of rare plants, sometimes we can use them as an umbrella to help other parts of the community. And we do this at the garden, and I know other partners are doing this as well. And a good example is we have a project at Carrizo Plain with the Bureau of Land Management working on the California jewel flower. That's one species. We're really working in one protected area. But because we're focusing on this federally listed plant, we're able to do not only research to help that plant, but to think about its pollinator networks. This plant is also an important food source for the endangered giant kangaroo rat, which is eaten by the endangered San Joaquin kit fox. And so by, choosing this plant that is rare on the landscape, but important to its community, we're able to scale up and have larger impacts. So I think that we're all trying to finagle it in the ways that we can, but I know at the garden we dream a lot about these sort of important and imperiled communities like coastal dune systems, and we'd love for someone to just give us carte blanche to help restore these dune systems, common and uncommon plants alike, but there's sort of a feasibility and funding aspect to it.
Yeah, as we worry about the future of the Endangered Species Act, it's probably good to remember that and to tell two friends that these rare species also are kind of indicators for communities. And when you save that community and critical habitat for that species, you are saving whole systems. And that's probably all we have time for. What a great day. Thank you all so much. I've been inspired. I've learned. I hope you all have too. Thanks everyone for joining us both here and online, and go forth and conserve.